Stream Elements says, Old Mage Guy is now live. Streaming Just Chatting, 4 days and Windows still have not fixed the mouse issue.
And I'm living in touchpad hell. So every time I have to stop everything like I have to, fucking sucks. It's an ad. No, I'm not looking up freaking smut and starting stream. I had to say it.
Did you really think you could sneak up on me without being seen? I'll be taking.
Donald Trump is panicking as more revelations come to light from the partial release of approximately 3 million documents from the Epstein files. Last Friday, there's at least 3 million documents, potentially 25 to 50 million pages, that are still being concealed by Trump's DOJ. Apparently, Donald Trump has now directed his Department of Justice to redact the photos of Melania Trump's face, where she appears in the Epstein files. I mean, there's this document right here, which is clearly a photo of Donald Trump, Melania, Jeffrey Epstein, and Ghislaine Maxwell all together having a grand old time. And Melania's face is redacted. Look, as Donald Trump's spokesperson previously said, this is Abigail Jackson. She wrote, per the Epstein Files Transparency Act, DOJ was instructed only to redact the faces of victims and or minors. Well, the Trump regime released the names of victims and survivors and released photos of underage individuals, victims of survivors. We had to call that out when these documents were released. They re-traumatized so many survivors, so many victims. I want to share this map with you right here, just so you can see how close Mar-a-Lago was to 358 El Brillo Way, and that's where Epstein lived. It's about a 4-minute car ride. It's walking distance, you can see right there.
Yeah.
So
Easy.
When people are discussing the horrors that transpired at 358 El Brillo Way, where Epstein lived during the relevant time period where the child sex trafficking was taking place, that's how close it was to Mar-a-Lago. And we know from all of the witness statements and staff statements that Donald Trump brought the Mar-a-Lago spa to Jeffrey Epstein's house. Epstein didn't even have to go to Mar-a-Lago. The spa went to Epstein's home, and you see how close it was. I know a document that lots of people wanted to know more about was the draft indictment that was going to be filed in 2008 against Epstein and co-conspirators, until Alex Acosta, who was then the United States Attorney for the Southern District of Florida, entered into that sweetheart deal with Jeffrey Epstein that allowed him basically to do what, 12 months or so just in the evening in prison, and allowed him to just plead to solicitation of prostitution. Granted, it was solicitation of prostitution of a minor. At that point, it should be called rape or sexual assault. But Epstein served very little time. The co-conspirators were concealed, and the indictment never saw the light of day. But as you go through this indictment, and the draft has now been released, there were dozens and dozens of girls, very young girls, 14-year-olds and 15-year-olds. And this 56-page indictment with over 30 counts lists how Jeffrey Epstein would work with Jane Doe 1 or Jane Doe 2.
Stream Elements says, find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
Super close to Mar-a-Lago, where Donald Trump was hanging out with Epstein, and they would go back and forth to each other's homes quite frequently. Another major development yesterday, you had former President Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton calling Donald Trump's bluff, because Trump and the MAGA Republicans wanted to hold Bill and Hillary Clinton in contempt if they didn't show up to provide testimony regarding the Epstein files. So Donald Trump wants to claim he's vindicated and not testify under oath, and he wants to distract by having Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton testify before Congress. Well, former President Clinton and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton said, okay, we'll testify, but we want it done publicly. We want it done in front of the world so that everybody can see what's going on. Not one of these MAGA Republican James Comer backroom deals. Do it in public. Well, here's what James Comer said yesterday about deposing former President Clinton and Hillary Clinton. Let's play this clip.
President Trump's name is mentioned more than 1,000 times in these documents. Why not try to get more information from him? Try to get him to testify.
Well, I've noticed that every time you all do a gaggle like this with President Trump, somebody asked him about Epstein. So he's been answering questions about Epstein.
Not under oath.
But, well, has Bill Clinton ever answered any questions on Epstein or Hillary Clinton? So this is going to be a new opportunity, and we'll go from there.
Also, hat tip to Caitlin Collins from CNN. She was asking Donald Trump the right questions yesterday about Trump's lies about the Epstein files, and asking him about the fact that his name appears 38,000 times, 38,000 references in 5,000 documents. And then Donald Trump just lost it in the Oval Office yesterday as he continues to panic. He wants to talk about golden arches, and he wants to talk about golden ballrooms, and he does not want to talk about the fact that there are 38,000 references to his name in the files that have been released so far. Watch him attack Caitlin Collins. And he attacks her as a woman also. And he says, you know, you're a young woman. Why don't you smile? Why are you asking me these questions? Watch for yourself what took place. Let's play it.
Maybe get onto something else.
But what would you say to people who feel like they haven't gotten justice, Mr. President?
Something that people care about. Yeah, what did you say? Go ahead.
What would you say to the survivors who feel like they haven't gotten justice?
You are the worst reporter. No wonder CNN has no ratings because of people like you. You know, she's a young woman. I don't think I've ever seen you smile. I've known you for 10 years. I don't think I've ever seen a smile.
Well, I'm asking you about survivors of Jeffrey Epstein,
you know why you're not smiling? Because you know you're not telling the truth. And you're a very dishonest organization, and they should be ashamed of you.
Now, I've done a lot of other analysis on the Epstein files, and go back and watch some of the other deep dives that I did. But I also want to talk about how Donald Trump, who claimed to be the president who was going to be great for manufacturing, we're basically in a manufacturing recession right now. Remember, he called himself the Bitcoin president, and he sold Bitcoin sneakers and Bitcoin conferences. Well, Bitcoin is absolutely crashing. Every day there's been another major crash. And now Bitcoin is below $74,000 right now. Bitcoin is doing absolutely atrocious. There's a lot of people who have lost a lot of money because they've built their portfolios just on Bitcoin. But you see, the thing for Donald Trump is he doesn't care. Because Donald Trump is grifting on an entirely different level. More revelations coming to light about
Bitcoin.
United Arab Emirates royal family diverting $500 million, probably more, to Donald Trump through World Liberty Financial. And Trump claims, I don't know anything about it. You have Democratic Senator Alyssa Slotkin write, the president sold our most sophisticated AI chips to an Emirati company with ties to the Chinese military. Now we find out they paid hundreds of millions directly to the president's kids. It's all there in plain sight. But look, Trump just posts about ballrooms. That's what he's posting about all night. The beautiful building will be, when complete, the much anticipated White House ballroom, the greatest of its kind ever built. Look, Americans just want healthcare.
We don't give a fuck, bro.
Americans want to be paid with dignity, be able to afford homes and afford rent, afford health care, afford groceries. That's what Americans want right now. None of these the ballrooms. He's posting about the arches. You know, you had MAGA Mike Johnson and MAGA Republicans in the Oval Office yesterday. And Donald Trump, like, bribes them off with, like, merch. Like, just look right here at MAGA Mike and these MAGA Republicans in the Oval Office yesterday. And Donald Trump is giving them America is Back hats and other merch. I mean, again, how embarrassing is this? Here, play this clip.
It'd be nice, because, you know, it's a little embarrassing when they stick their hand up. I think they'd just be quiet. It's probably easier, but I'm glad.
Then it should also be noted that it was 48 hours ago, Donald Trump was boasting. I spoke with Vladimir Putin. He said, Putin told me that he's agreed that he's going to stop attacking Ukraine because the weather's so cold in Ukraine. Putin's given me his word. And then even Zelensky said, I'm thankful that President Trump got involved. The people of Ukraine are going to be able to rest easier tonight. Thanks, Donald. And then what happened at that exact moment that Donald was announcing that he said he spoke with Putin and Putin promised him no more attacks on Ukraine for the near future? Almost the worst attacks yet. The Shahed drones, cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, all being unloaded by Russia at Ukraine, at Kyiv, at Kharkiv. So Donald Trump was asked about it. A reporter said yesterday, you talked about Putin agreeing that because it was a cold winter, there wouldn't be any more attacks for the near future. And now Putin attacked. So what do you make of that? And Donald Trump's like, Putin kept his word. What do you mean he kept his word? You literally said that he was not going to attack. And now you said, oh, he promised that it was going to be 1 week from last week. It's just lie after lie after lie. Here, play this clip.
On Ukraine, Mr. President, yesterday you were talking about how Vladimir Putin had agreed to a pause during the cold weather. Overnight, those attacks have started up again. Apparently, the worst.
It was Sunday to Sunday, and it opened up, and he hit him hard last night. No, he agreed. He kept his word on that. It's a lot. You know, 1 week is, we'll take anything because it's really, really cold over there. But it was on Sunday, and he went from Sunday to Sunday.
You just wanted he didn't go further or go longer?
I would like to. I want him to end the war.
And here's what Caroline Levitt had to say about that as well. Play this clip.
President Trump was talking yesterday about how President Putin had agreed to a week-long halt on attacks on Ukraine because of the cold weather. But today we've seen that Russia has launched some of the heaviest attacks this month. What's your reaction to that?
Yeah, I spoke with the president about it this morning, and his reaction was unfortunately unsurprised. These are two countries who have been engaged in a very brutal war for several years, a war that would have never started if the president were still in office. It started because of the weakness and incompetence of the previous president, Joe Biden.
It started before
Biden. I think this isn't getting
Biden.
nearly enough attention as well. You know that the American military has boots on the ground in Nigeria right now? America's basically invading Nigeria. No one's talking about it. But we have a small team of troops or commandos who are in Nigeria. The general in charge of the U.S. command in Africa is saying, we admit that we have boots on the ground. Why do we have boots on the ground in Nigeria? Oh, because it's one of the most oil and lithium rich countries and natural resource rich countries. So that's what we're doing. Is Donald Trump going to open up bank accounts in Qatar there the same way he did with the oil that he's stealing from Venezuela and selling it to his right-wing oligarch friends, having it brokered by groups that are accused of massive bribery that donate money to his and then he ships the money to Qatari bank accounts. By the way, Donald Trump is also posting this showdown with Iran, like graphics, like it's some movie, like it's some game that we're talking about American lives and treasury being sent on more endless wars in the Middle East. Showdown in Iran. Didn't you say that you totally obliterated the Iranian threat last June? Oh, that was another lie.
Taxes was feeling unwelcome.
And of course, we also have measles spreading across the country. Massive outbreak of measles right now. As Bloomberg writes, from Disneyland to South Carolina, the highly contagious disease is spelling. But again, all Trump wants to talk about is arches, 250-foot arches, golden ballrooms. And then he's denying that he knows anything about taking $500 million. So here's what's going on. With the release of the Epstein files, the partial release, we know that there is indeed a cabal of these oligarchs who were engaged in heinous and despicable conduct, inflicting untoward pain on people while using sex trafficking of underage girls as their currency. Sick, sick and depraved. You have Donald Trump focused on ballrooms and arches, getting us involved in never-ending wars, saying that he's vindicated even though he appears 38,000 times with some of the most vile allegations imaginable against him in the files. And you have the American people suffering, struggling, living paycheck to paycheck, psychologically tortured if they're lucky enough to get a paycheck. Manufacturing recession, jobs recession, inflation is high, and this regime doesn't care. There are different sets of rules that apply to the right-wing oligarchs in the Epstein files and to that crew, while they screw everybody else over. Different rules apply to them. I think that's why people are so pissed and livid right now. Livid at this regime. It's why their approval is the lowest in presidential history. We're gonna stick together. We're gonna push back against this regime. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 6 million, and thanks for watching.
Want to stay plugged in? Become a subscriber to our Substack at MidasPlus.com. You'll get daily recaps from Ron Filipkowski, ad-free episodes of our podcast, and more exclusive content only available at MidasPlus.com.
Well, that works. Not what I was trying to do, but it works.
Do we have a constitution? That is the pressing question that should be on the front of everyone's minds. Documenting what is happening in our community is not a crime.
There is no more important time than right now, this very moment, for a free and independent media that shines a light on the truth and holds those in power accountable. Again, I will not stop now. I will not stop ever.
Let's get something straight right now. The arrest of Black journalists for covering protests, it's not a mistake, y'all. It's not a misunderstanding, and it's not some new legal gray area.
No.
This, y'all, is a replay. Because when Black journalists document state violence, protest, or dissent, the government has always tried to recast journalism as criminal behavior. Hi, I'm Melba Pearson, also known as the Resident Legal Diva, and this is The Breakdown. If you enjoy the content on this channel, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe to Legal AF for all things at the intersection of law and politics. So, one of the oldest tricks in the book, and this is the oldest tricks in the government playbook, is this lie. The reporting didn't just document unrest, it caused it. So, as we look at all the events surrounding the arrest of Don Lemon and Georgia Ford, I want to remind y'all that this isn't something that's brand new, that's somehow in a vacuum. This is a tried and true play that the government has used decade after decade in this country. And I'm going to take us down a walk down, I would say memory lane, but a lot of folks don't even know this, so I'll take you down a walk down research lane. So, and big shout out to Nicole Carr on Substack, because this is the article that inspired me to do this video. So let's scooch on back to World War I. During World War I, Black newspapers were accused of inciting disorder, simply for reporting the truth about racial violence, lynchings, and discrimination. They weren't exaggerating. These were formal accusations. These are folks who live in the community and are reporting on what they are seeing with their own eyes. But however, under the Espionage Act of 1917 and under the Sedition Act, federal officials openly discussed prosecuting Black editors for publishing material that criticized racism in the military, because remember, the military was segregated, despite all the contributions that Black soldiers have made to the Civil War, the First World War, Second World War. They came home and were not treated as equals. So while in the military they were segregated, and then they came home to segregation. So these editors criticized racism in the military. They challenged Jim Crow, which was, again, for those who don't know, these were basically a series of laws implemented at the end of Reconstruction. After the Civil War was over, there was then Reconstruction. And then during Reconstruction, Black folks were owning property. They were running for office and winning. They were, creating communities that were thriving. And white folks felt some type of way. And so there became the beginning of Jim Crow, with all of these laws that were created to make sure Black folks could not live, basically, forget thrive, but even basically live in this country. So these Black editors were criticizing racism in the military, challenging Jim Crow, or encouraging Black Americans to demand equal treatment. And somehow the government took that to be a threat to national security. Well, let's not get it twisted. This was not about national security. This was about controlling the narrative. And so let's get into
They shouldn't
specifics.
have to fight for equal
W.E.B. Du
treatment.
Bois. Yes, that W.E.B. Du Bois edited The Crisis, which was the official magazine of the NAACP. To this day, it's still in circulation in one way, shape, or form. In 1918, Du Bois published an editorial urging Black soldiers to close ranks while still demanding democracy at home. So what did the feds do in response? They talked about prosecuting him for undermining the war effort. Why? Because he refused to pretend that fighting for democracy abroad while denying it at home made sense. Hello. That's journalism. That's analysis. That's protected speech. But the state treated it as sedition. Let me give you another example. Let's move on up to World War II. So in World War II, of course, more and more people of color were like, wait a minute, again, we're bleeding, we're dying in the streets at home as well as abroad. How is this all making sense? So the Black press, started this movement of advocating for double victory. So meaning, let's be victorious against fascism overseas, because we know that the Germans, the Axis powers, none of them were going to be good for Black people, right? I mean, let's be clear. They're, killing people of the Jewish faith. They also, not as widely talked about, but were killing gypsies and other people, gay people, other people that did not fit their...
Exactly.
The blonde-haired, blue-eyed, this is what, perfection looks like, right? So they were out here killing all kinds of people. So Black folks in the U.S. knew good and well that Hitler and his vision meant death for Black folks here. So journalists, our Black press, started advocating for victory against fascism and victory against racism in the U.S. So double victory. So this was a form of patriotism, right? Because they weren't advocating for another country to come take over. They were saying, hey, this is wrong, but also what you're doing to us here is wrong as well. Well, guess who was hanging out at the DOJ at that time? Oh yeah, J. Edgar Hoover, right? So he already summoned one Black journalist by the name of Frank Bolden to Washington, and he was at the war front, by the way. Frank Bolden, he was there. And so then Hoover summoned Mr. Bolden to Washington, and then went to the Attorney General at the time, a man by the name of Francis Biddle, and asked him to indict Black publishers for treason. Why? Because of their reporting, their criticisms, and the level of influence they were having. Because again, so many people read these publications, while mostly Black, but some white folks read it too, and they were seeing a different narrative to what the government wanted everyone to believe. So John Segenstack, who was the heir to the Chicago Defender, again, one of the preeminent black newspapers in the country, enlisted the help of First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt and requested a meeting with A.G. Biddle. So Biddle laid out all the papers and was like, "Look at all these papers. They're championing Negro rights." And again, I'm using that phrase because that was the term used at the time.
Right.
Again, just for historical accuracy, not because that's the word I want to use. But these stories, championed rights, and there was that threat to take the black press to court under the Espionage Act. This was a June 1942 meeting that occurred at the Justice Department. And Segenstack was asked, in a later interview about what happened, and he said, I asked, what are we supposed to do about it? These are the facts, and that's what it's all about. And this was an interview he gave in 1999 as part of a PBS documentary called Soldiers Without Swords. By the end of that meeting, the AG declined to prosecute. Because he already knew what time it is, and he knew that this was First Amendment, and he knew that this was not espionage or sedition or any other kind of foolishness that Hoover was trying to bring to the table. So, at the end of the day, this is about trying to silence the black press, not because they lied, but because they told the truth too effectively. Because when journalism moves people, the state gets real nervous, right? Because that means what? People will start organizing. They know the truth. They know the facts. They're going to fight back rather than just comply. So, now we're fast forwarding to present day, Minnesota. You have black journalists that are arrested while covering protests, not organizing, not leading, not directing, covering. And suddenly, the accusation isn't you reported facts, it's your presence aided the disruption. That sound familiar? That's the same old song used a century ago, where journalism becomes participation. Documentation, right, with your cell phone, all of that, becomes coordination. Bearing witness becomes interference. So the point here is very clear. When black journalists tell stories the state doesn't like, the law is reshaped to make journalism itself suspicious. So why does this matter? This isn't just about a few arrests. It's about a dangerous legal shift. If filming a protest is being treated as criminal, if live reporting is framed as conspiracy, if proximity equals guilt, then the First Amendment only exists for safe stories. And historically, black journalism has never, ever been considered safe. Criminalization has always been the fallback when censorship fails. So let's stop pretending this is new. The arrests of black journalists today sit on top of a long, ugly tradition. Surveil the black press, accuse it of incitement, criminalize truth-telling. The question isn't whether or not this violates press freedom. The question is whether we're willing to admit the criminalization of black journalism is a feature and not a bug. And the question is, are we going to challenge it, or are we going to normalize it? Sound off in the comments and let me know your thoughts. I'm Melba Pearson, also known as the Resident Legal Diva, and this was The Breakdown. Stay safe, stay informed, and keep demanding justice. Take care.
In collaboration with the Midas Touch Network, we just launched the Legal AF YouTube channel. Help us build this pro-democracy channel where I'll be curating the top stories at the intersection of law and politics. Go to YouTube now and free subscribe at Legal AF MTN. That's at Legal AF MTN.
It's all about making sure your vote counts. From Fulton County, Georgia to the halls of the Supreme Court, we're going to break it down. Hi, I'm Melba Pearson, also known as the Resident Legal Diva, and I'm here with Kelly Hyman, and this is The Breakdown. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe to Legal AF for all the things at the intersection of law and politics. So, recent events, very disturbing in terms of the FBI serving a warrant and searching the Fulton County Supervisor of Elections office and basically taking possession of ballots from the 2020 presidential election. Now, this is all part of the revenge tour that the president is doing because he swears that the election was stolen from him. And even though it's been proved to be baseless 10 different ways from sunrise, he still is continuing on this rant, clearly to distract from the Epstein files. But with that being said, and that sort of attack in terms of the integrity of ballots and all of that, the Supreme Court addressing a similar issue which could really impact the way you vote and how your votes are counted. So this is the BOST versus the Illinois State Board of Elections. And the main question here is whether or not an Illinois congressman and others challenging the state's policy of counting mail-in ballots that arrive after Election Day. So basically, can they challenge this, right? Some Democratic states have a practice where as long as your mail-in ballot is postmarked by Election Day, your vote still gets counted. Now, it's postmarked by Election Day, but clearly it's going to arrive after Election Day. So now, Republican Congress, this Republican, candidate was basically like, no, I'm missing, you guys are counting too many votes, basically, and it's caused me to lose, and I'm not, happy about this, right? So, with all that being said, Kelly, thoughts?
Voting is a fundamental right. So, it's important that you exercise that right and get out there and vote in November. Also, if there's any other vote coming up where you live, exercise that right, because that is your voice. That is your decision, and ultimately, your vote does count. Your vote does matter. And I'll never forget when I was in Florida, and it was 2016 election, and I was a poll watcher during that time. I was a poll watcher for the Democratic Party, and I was there to protect people's vote. And I'll never forget that a woman came to vote, and she hadn't voted since, my recollection was since Bill Clinton, but she really wanted to get out there and vote. And in Florida, at that time, if you don't vote after a certain period of time, you're off the registry, so to speak, and you can't vote. And I'll never forget being there, feeling helpless. I don't know who the woman was going to vote for, but from the fundamental rights standpoint, and I went to one of the workers, and I was like, and she's like, I'll register right here, right? I'll register right now. And they said, I'm sorry. You can't. You got kicked off and you have to re-register and go through the process. So it goes back to my point is, make sure you can go online, you can check and make sure that you're registered, you know where you're supposed to go to the polling place, and you have all that information, because knowledge is power. And so the fact that people's rights, mail-in votes could potentially be harmed, as someone who has mailed in my voting stuff, whether it's because I'm traveling for work or I'm in a trial, and then I can't actually physically get to my poll, to know that if it gets late because of some other problem or issue, or it's not going to be counted. And so it's upsetting from a fundamental right, because that is our right to get out there and vote, and no one should try and suppress other people's vote, because if you believe in democracy, if you believe that everyone should get the opportunity to express themselves, then why would you want to suppress people's vote?
Well, that's easy. to maintain power. That would be why, right? But all great points, Kelly, because, and I'm gonna, we're gonna drop some assets so that y'all be able to have resources on how to register to vote, how to track your mail-in ballot, how to actually vote in your state, what are the rules, things like that. Someone who lives in Florida, I can attest to everything that Kelly's saying, and you don't want to find out when you've made the trip to the polling place, you've stood in line in the heat. You don't want to get there and find out, oh, surprise, guess what? You're not registered to vote. Thanks for playing, go back home, right?
Or you're at the wrong precinct. And that's why it's important to know your rights and know what questions they can ask you. Because sometimes, they might ask you something that they're not supposed to ask you or don't have the right to ask you. And so it's really important. Knowledge is power, to know exactly where to go, what you need. And so that way, when it happens, you are ready. Whether it's, bringing a chair if you're going to sit in line, or, bringing yourself some water or some snacks, because some states don't allow people to hand out water when there's line around the corner.
In Florida.
And so make sure that you are prepared, and you can never be prepared enough in the sense of looking and making sure you're registered, knowing where to go. And if you decide to go, early, which I would urge people to go to, know exactly where you can go, what's your polling place, that it's all the information is correct. If you move, there's numbers that you can call, toll-free numbers that can give you the information that you need.
For sure. But circling back to this case, I mean, I am very deeply concerned.
Too far away from
because
me.
I think in the interest of democracy, it should be made easier to vote, not harder. There are other countries that you can, literally vote via the internet in one way, shape, or form. I believe Iceland is one. Always Scandinavia. They're always on the cutting edge of everything. So, there are actual models where, because again, it's like, it's tied to your social security number, if it's, a secured site, et cetera, same way you can use a secure site to pay your taxes or whatever, same kind of mentality in terms of voting. But all of that aside, I mean, things like same-day voter registration, automatic voter registration when you turn 18 type of thing, right? So you get your driver's license and you're pre-registered to vote, and then boom, you're registered to vote, that sort of thing. Not picking a party, right? You have to go in and select the party, but you are automatically in the system to be registered to vote. Like, those types of things to me are so important for everyone. And I don't care what your party is, man. I just want you to vote. Like, you gotta be able to raise your voice and be able to weigh in what direction our country should go, because that is what's so special about America and about the concept of democracy, is that ability to hire and fire those people that represent us, those people that, they're going up to your state capital, or they're going up to the U.S. Capitol, and are they acting in a manner that's consistent and reflects the needs of the people that they serve, right? And so now, in this scenario, if the Supreme Court ends up ruling in favor of Lost, then now we're in a deeper situation, because that is now cutting back on how people can make sure that their votes are counted. And I mean, any retreats from voting rights to me is a problem. So this is one I'm going to be watching very closely, because this is deeply, deeply concerning, and it should concern anybody who really, truly cares about democracy. Final thought, Kelly?
Power to the people. Get out there and vote.
All power to the people. That's for sure. I'm Melba Pearson, also known as the Resident Legal Diva, and I'm with Kelly Hyman, and this was The Breakdown. Stay safe, stay informed, and keep demanding justice. Take care.
In collaboration with the Midas Touch Network, we just launched the Legal AF YouTube channel. Help us build this pro-democracy channel where I'll be curating the top stories at the intersection of law and politics. Go to YouTube now and free subscribe at Legal AF MTN. That's at Legal AF MTN.
Whoa. What's that? I just built a budgeting app in Base 44. Guys, Nina just built an app.
Impossible. Nina can't code. Interesting. Can it generate reports?
It can now.
Nice.
So you're saying we can all build apps now?
Yeah.
I'm on lunch. I gotta make a call. I'll be in my office. Just built an inventory tracker. Protein calculator.
Book share an app.
A workflow manager.
Tracks who still owes for the group lunch.
Trash duty schedule. Since no one seems to care.
I just created a goal tracking.
I want one.
We did the same thing, didn't we?
Yep. Can this thing manage contacts?
Is the SOC compliant?
I want to animate this graph. Create a party planner.
Profesor de Español.
An inter-office dating app.
For dogs. For office dogs. You know what I mean?
Welcome to Unprecedented, our show here on Legal AF and our podcast, along with Dina Dahl and Michael Popak, about what else? The United States Supreme Court. We do a weekly roundup of events that impact the court, happening at the court, emergency applications, traditional appeals, opinion writing, oral arguments, you name it, we cover it and try to do it in a bite-sized version for you to understand what is happening, what we're seeing as legal commentators here on Legal AF. And today, a very interesting show that we thought was important to take a little bit of a breather and a time out, because the court it's in session, it's working on their opinions, but they're not on the bench. They're on a little bit of a recess until February the 20th, when the next oral arguments start back up. But so much to talk about. They've scheduled the birthright citizenship case oral argument for April 1. We want to talk about that. They've set effectively all the cases that they're going to hear from now until they stop hearing cases around April or May have really been set, including the March term, which will include an election law case, very important, called Watson versus the RNC. We're going to talk about the tariff ruling and when we can expect it, what are the mechanics behind that, and what we can expect in the upcoming oral arguments that'll pick up again in February and run through April. Dina Dahl, my good friend and colleague here on the podcast, how are you?
I'm okay. Glad to be doing this with you. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. So much to catch up on that not yet made its way to the Supreme Court, as we cover everything else with the Epstein file dump and what Minnesota is trying to do with its court system, which is besieged, with trying to control a lawless Trump administration. And the lawsuits, one thing that I think is interesting at the Supreme Court intersection is that many of the things that we're now watching, the out of control Trump administration, the violation of civil rights, civil liberties, criminal law, constitutional law, these will end up, if they haven't already, in lawsuits. When people say, these people that are being beaten, killed, maimed, and killed, and worse, tortured on the streets of America by Trump's policies and his agents. Yes, so the states are doing things about it, and the policies are being challenged by First Amendment protesters. But the actual people, the migrants and the U.S. citizens that are being caught up in ensnared in these policies, they have their own individual rights. And they're bringing those cases, and they will eventually make their way to the United States Supreme Court. When for the future law students out there, there's going to be whole volumes of electronic books that are just going to be somebody versus Trump or somebody in his administration. It'll be several volumes of the law that's been developed from his first term all the way through the end of his second term.
turn it over to you.
Absolutely. I mean, absolutely. All the people
Stream
who have
Elements
been
says,
injured
find
by
me in
ICE,
other
they haven't
places,
already been
Discord,
contacted by
Twitter,
lawyer, they
YouTube,
should
Steam,
contact one.
Xbox,
They
and
have really
PlayStation Old
good,
Mage
yes,
guy on
lawsuit.
TikTok as Mage.
Much better than Trump's lawsuit against the U.S. government with his $10 billion tax fraud. The people absolutely have claims. Somebody commented when Trump first came into office to kiss a lawyer because lawyers were going to be the most important part of his regime, and it's absolutely true.
And hug a judge, hug a federal
hug
judge.
A judge. Yeah, exactly.
Just make sure they know what you're doing. All right, Tina. So let's frame the issues for the new March/April term. They announced on Friday, the Supreme Court, that they're going to be holding oral argument on April 1st in the birthright citizenship case, meaning that the 14th Amendment, which says what it says about anyone born in the United States on U.S. soil is a U.S. citizen, regardless of the citizenship of their parents, meaning a migrant, undocumented, someone here on political asylum, or illegally, if they have a child, that child is, under the 14th Amendment, a U.S. citizen. Trump doesn't like it. On January 20th, the day of his inauguration, he signed an executive order to rip away the beating heart of birthright citizenship from our Constitution by executive order. Every federal judge up to the appellate courts, and there's like 7 of them, have rejected that analysis. Supreme Court took up the case, but they broke it in parts. The first part, because we talked about it with our audience back in the spring, they took up the case, but only considered whether district court judges, trial court judges, can issue nationwide or universal injunctions as a remedy in their cases, or is that something only the United States can do? They did not touch the merits of birthright citizenship. Now, because they've been requested to by the Trump administration in a case called U.S. versus Barbara, they're taking up that case. So why don't you talk about what we can expect at the birthright citizenship oral argument?
Yeah, so on April 1st, April Fool's Day, because definitely fool me once and twice with this. The fact that we are even discussing this at the Supreme Court is alarming. They should not have taken up this case. I'm really afraid of what they're going to be doing with it. We just had an amicus brief filed this week by Senator Ted Cruz and Jim Jordan and an old host of Republicans who are urging the Supreme Court to, of course, change the Constitution. You know, if they want to change the Constitution, there is a way to do it. But they want the Supreme Court to do it for them, essentially. And their main argument is that, you know, that the jurisdiction was never intended to be saying anything other than citizenship. That even though it says subject to the jurisdiction thereof, and we have always interpreted that to mean subject to the laws thereof, that they say, no, that's not how jurisdiction should be interpreted. And you need to be either, you know, to be a child basically of a citizen in order to be jurisdiction. They note, they note about Chinese tourism. This is, they say about 100, they say in their brief that over the past decade and a half, at least 750,000 and as possibly as many as 1.5 million Chinese nationals have basically come here in order to have their children born here, but on vacation, right? They call this I think there's a name for this, some sort of tourism. And so they highlight that in their brief. And this reminds me, you know, it's, we know that China is a enemy. I'm not even sure if that's the right word, but there is concerns, right, about China. They steal our tech and national security and this and that, and they're authoritarian, et cetera. But I also think they're often used as a pretext. And I do not think that the Ted Cruzes of the world are as concerned about China as they are concerned about, and we see on the streets, right? They're not going after, you know, they are going after people of color, Hispanics, usually ICE on the street. And so I do not think that Ted Cruz and Jim Jordan are the most concerned about Chinese coming, but they put it there because their whole argument then becomes national security, right? This is how they got TikTok overturned. They used China national security, even though really they just wanted to control another social media. We see that with Larry Ellison. And so they say the national security implications of misconstruing the citizenship clause are thus real, immediate, and severe. They turn this into a national security issue instead of a racist issue, which is, I think, what actually is driving them.
I totally agree with you. Whenever they want to maximize the presidential powers, they talk about war. Everything's national security. Everything is, you can't challenge me, because they figured out from statements that have been made by the Supreme Court and other unwillingness of federal courts to undermine the deference. They know they get extreme deference if they can connect the dots and make this a national security or war or foreign policy issue, because that is where the presidential powers constitutionally are at their apex. They're at their ebb, right, when they are outside core constitutional function. But when they're at core constitutional function, they're at their highest. And so they frame everything like it. To prove your point, the making transgender people list on their passports their actual birth gender has been framed as a national security issue. We need to know, they need to know who these people are. We need to know, you need to know who they were, what they were in the crib,
right?
As opposed to how they live their life now. And that's a national. So a lot of this should ring hollow for at least the district court judges. But you see, what they're really doing is they are speaking to an audience of 6, which is the MAGA Republicans on the United States Supreme Court, hoping that using that language and blowing that whistle, that dog whistle, it'll get picked up by Alito and Kavanaugh, Gorsuch, and maybe Roberts or Amy Coney Barrett. This is a foreign. Now, sometimes they don't believe them.
Yeah.
And they're like, no, that's not no, sorry. Okay. But sometimes they do. And so that's why they're using that vocabulary, as you so eloquently pointed out, about this, and try to convert everything into a national security power, foreign policy power, war power of the president.
An IQ of 85 to 115 is considered average in the US, and IQ of 115 to 145 is considered high, and an IQ 145 is considered genius. Are you curious to know where you stack up? You can take this 2-minute IQ test. That will give you detailed results on your IQ score and cognitive skills.
You'll learn directly from AI with hands-on practice from day one and your own personal tutor giving you live feedback at any time. So if you're ready for a future-proof degree without paying thousands of dollars, but actually getting real practical career skills instead, this is your chance. And with the link below, you can easily apply for full scholarship today and start building the career you really want.
Okay, so well put there. And so this will be the crux of their argument, April 1st, for sure. And they really just end it on, if that the birthright citizenship, our Constitution demands total allegiance. That's their phrasing, total allegiance to the sovereign, which is interesting because we've never had a definition of that, right? That's not actually a legal term to have total allegiance. I don't even know what that means, right?
To paraphrase Todd Blanche at his press conference yesterday, I don't even understand that question. I don't even understand that phrase.
Exactly. I mean, they sound like they actually also want to do away with dual citizenship entirely as well, which I think there is another, statute going around about that.
What are they? Let me jump in. What are they suggesting? That the baby who's born as a baby is going to defy federal law and state law, is going to start going on a murder spree or a robbery spree or start jaywalking, and it's going to go, I'm a Mexican citizen. I don't even understand the argument. They are subject to the laws of the United States. They, criminal law, civil law.
Yeah.
They don't get to say, but my daddy's from Mexico. Like that doesn't. I don't know why I use that voice.
Yeah, and
That
how
doesn't
about if you murder innocent Americans on the street? Maybe you don't have total allegiance to our Constitution, who has still not been named, which is, I know, not about necessarily the Supreme Court, but shocking. Yeah, so this whole idea that they're trying to claim that somebody, as you said, some baby doesn't have total allegiance when they're literally trampling on our Constitution. But we're reporting on what they're saying.
And what do you do? And what? Okay, let's just take their ridiculous argument, illogical argument to its extreme.
Yeah.
The baby's born here. Okay. The parents were born, fill in the blank. The baby's not born in that other country. So this is now a stateless, citizenshipless baby. You're supposed to what? Live it? Are we supposed to build a maternity ward at the airport? They're going to be like Tom Hanks in that movie. They're going to go live at the airport because they can't. Who's going to give them a passport?
Well,
who's going to recognize their citizenship?
Although depending on where the mother is born, they could have citizenship in that country based on that. My father was born in Jordan. Technically, I could be a citizen of Jordan because the way some countries see it has nothing to do with where you're born.
But some, not all.
Some, exactly. So there is going to be perhaps this, as you say, stateless citizenship
Other
somewhere.
countries have naturalization process. Like, where were you born? U.S. Okay, here's the application. As opposed to instant citizenship. And the baby's choosing. This is the baby comes out of the womb and says, "I want Honduras." Yeah, really?
This is where we're at, sadly.
But I think with tongue in cheek a little bit, we're showing the audience how illogical the argument is, but never put it past John Sauer, our Solicitor General and Donald Trump's favorite criminal defense lawyer, to raise a illogical argument and ride it to the ground. We always say when we're teaching people to be advocates before appellate courts, like I've been an appellate court advocate, you can push your argument. Hopefully it passes the straight face test, but certainly you have to answer honestly the questions of the judges, and you have to admit the limits of your argument. Otherwise, you've lost all credibility. No one ever taught that to John Sauer. Can a president order SEAL Team 6 to take out a political rival? Well, there's nothing in the Constitution that says they can't do it.
Oh my gosh, you do a good imitation of it.
That also works for our RFK Jr. But instead of saying, well, no, I wouldn't go that far. That's actually too extreme of a position. No, so they did the same thing at the tariffs argument. They did the same thing at the Lisa Cook Federal Reserve argument.
For now.
Even when he goes,
he is, right?
Right. And so, as you and I said, that act wears out after a while. Like even Kavanaugh was like, well, let me get this straight. You can fire the Federal Reserve Board of Governor Lisa Cook by so let me just picture this. You bring her into the Roosevelt room at a long table after a social media tweet, and you go, you're fired? That is enough to allow a president to destroy the independence of the Federal Reserve? Well, there's nothing in the Constitution.
Loaded.com. Get the biggest game releases of the year at the best prices. Enjoy incredible savings with up to 35% off new releases. Loaded. Pay less. Game more.
In other cases that we're following, just briefly, there's going to be oral argument about, it's fundamentally about how we vote and whether mail-in ballots and ballots that are dated before the election or at the election that come in after are going to be allowed, or is it inconsistent with federal law about when the election day is? We know Donald Trump hates mail-in ballots. He hates alternative ways of balloting other than standing in long lines on election day, because they think the Republicans have an advantage because they get their people out better on election day, and Democrats and liberals and independents like to vote absentee and mail-in ballot, drop-off ballot, early voting, and all of that. So that one's coming up. And then what I wanted to talk about, besides, there's 8 other cases that are scheduled for the term, is sort of the mechanics of the tariff decision and why we haven't gotten it yet. Because everyone's like, oh, they're dropping more opinions. Maybe the tariffs will be there. I don't think so. Although I didn't, the Trump administration 3 days ago said that they were going to be producing the Epstein files in the near term, and they were still doing millions of pages of review. And then when they had a bad news day, suddenly they were done. And they, got them all. They're all out. They said near term 2 days ago, and now you're done with millions of pages of review.
Well, they really weren't done because they sent it with all the unredacted survivor information.
It's just mind-boggling.
Awful.
But the tariff oral argument about whether Donald Trump can tariff or tax the American people, a power that's reserved to Congress. And Article 1 was argued on the 15th of November. And now we're in effectively February. So where's the decision? Everybody wants to know. And the last decisions start dropping usually in January. Last decision drops usually in late June before they go on vacation. And there's no rhyme or reason as to when decisions are dropped. It depends on how fast they want to get the decision out. They can do it in 20 days, 30 days, 10 days, or they can do it in 6 months or 8 months, whatever they want. Or they can ask for additional briefing and roll that decision off to the next term. It's all up to the United States Supreme Court. So it was likely that after all argument, which looked like it went poorly for the Trump administration, but who knows, they probably got together in a caucus, a meeting, a conference, maybe a day or two later, maybe a week later, to decide and do a poll. They do a straw poll about who's going to vote to tear this down and who's going to vote to support it. And people have to come up with their Supreme Court justices have to say, all right, I'm on this side, I'm on that side. Once we see that rough, who's going to vote for the petitioner and who's going to vote against the petitioner, the party that brought it, in this case, the Trump administration, who was the petitioner. Then if the Chief Justice Roberts is in the majority, he assigns who's going to write the opinion, the majority opinion, the opinion of the court. Usually if it's on Trump and he's in the majority, he writes them. Immunity, Colorado insurrectionist, he writes all those. If he's not in the majority, let's say he's voting against the majority position, he's in the minority, then whoever the most senior judge is in terms of years on the bench that's in the majority, that person decides who writes the opinion. Could be that person, or they can assign it. And then there's that process of writing the opinions and circulating the opinions. And then if on the tariffs, there's 9 justices, there could be 9 opinions. There could be the majority opinion where 5 or more join it, in whole or in part, and then people are like, but I want to be heard. So somebody writes a concurrence. I agree, but for these different reasons, and then another concurrence, then a dissent, and another dissent. Then suddenly we've had cases where there's 5, 6 opinions, and we have to sort it out as to what have they ruled on at least 5 votes in favor. And that's the process we're watching. So my opinion is tariffs is not coming in.
And what they could be, the divvying part could be, even because it did seem as if most of them agree that Trump doesn't have this unilateral power. So what's restricting him, right? Kavanaugh talked about the IEPA, the major questions doctrine. Congress doesn't explicitly give it, doesn't give it. Kagan talked more about Congress having an explicit right. And so that parsing out of how far or how much are we going to limit the president from doing this? It could be what is complicating this a little bit more, because that nuance they have to get right. They want to be able to set a precedent that is going to be easy to follow in the future. And then of course, what do they do about the refunds? Do they say that they have to refund it if they do in fact rule their charge for unconstitutional, or do they not? And if they don't rule their refund, what kind of legal theory do they not do refund just because it's difficult? So those probably are the little more nuanced details. And usually they do issue their opinions like when they are not in recess, which would mean you would hear after February 20th. But they have done it, like the TikTok decision was during their recess. So you can't really necessarily say first year after the
I'd be shocked if they did this during the I think they're going to read it. They don't have to read it from the bench, but I think they will read it from the bench. And I think the earliest we're going to see it is in February. I predicted March to that is going to be like this year. And they don't really care about the accumulating tariffs. Because if they rule against the Trump administration, then we're talking about $200 billion in tariffs. You have the money. You just mechanics of how but they don't care. As Amy Coney Barrett said recently, I'm not going to do this. I'm going to try.
Yeah.
They don't care. They're not business people.
And they might make it, not refund for all, if they think that that's complicated. We'll see.
And that could be the delay. Like the majority, led by Roberts, for instance, is trying to figure out a way to, uphold it. I just don't see it. She could be wrong in oral arguments, but this is a statute. The International Economic Emergency Powers. It does not allow for tariffs. It's the same tariffs as tariffs. And in order, everybody has to agree, including the that unless Congress expressly delegates to the president that power, it's reserved to Congress by Article 1. Can they delegate it? Yes. By statute? Yes. Did IEPA do that? No. I mean, every judge has figured the issue from the Court of International Trade to the appellate court in D.C., including the en banc of the appellate court, all 20 or more judges all said nothing. All said no. This is not a power of the president. Could Congress give the power to the president? Yes. Did they do it here? No.
No, in fact, IEPA was drafted in part to restrict Nixon. So, and Ketanji Brown Jackson said that in oral argument. So you're trying to have us interpret a statute that was written in order to restrict power is actually a way that people are giving more power.
Yeah, that's a very good argument.
Yeah.
Right. This was they were worried about Nixon, what Nixon would do, and they didn't want to start tariffing. I mean, and there's been cases like, Jimmy Carter was worried about flooding. I think it was Carter. It could have been Carter or Reagan. I think it was Carter. Who was worried about the Japanese flooding the market with computer chips and doing it at a low price point and putting out of business the American companies like Intel. And so he temporarily, it was Ronald Reagan. He temporarily tariffed Japan in order to put the American chip industry on equal footing and not allow this flooding of the market of computer chips. And courts have looked at that, said that was a one-time emergency application. It was eventually taken off proper use of the power. Tariffing 200 countries on every good for an indefinite period of time? No, that's a tariff. That's a tax that has to go through the Supreme Court. That's the argument.
Yeah, exactly.
That has to go through Congress. That has to go through Congress.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So we will see when it pops out. Could be wrong. I'll eat my hat. I'll tell. Came out. Next week. We were totally right. I don't think so. So that's where we are at the end of this episode of Unprecedented. We're talking a little bit into the future because they're going to be on recess, but we wanted to keep people up on these major issues. Remember that major oral arguments really, they have a lot of oral arguments about things we don't cover, like criminal law and different things that are not, that we don't think is as pertinent to what we're talking about on Legal AF. But April 1, oral argument on birthright citizenship. March 23, the one on election law. We'll have that up and running on a live feed on Legal AF, and hopefully with Dina, you can do the pregame show with me on them, and then people can watch them for themselves, and we'll do hot takes after that. But that's that. Thanks for joining. Thanks for I don't mean joining. I mean putting this together. Kind of we had some issues that, from a technology standpoint and from a life standpoint, to put this together, but we never want to miss one of our unprecedented episodes. So thank you to our audience. Thank you. The way to support our podcast, because it's now an official podcast in the last month, is come over to the YouTube channel and you'll watch it here and tell your friends about us. go over to the audio podcast platforms, wherever you get your podcast from, like Spotify.
Oh, pardon me. Oh, come on, you bastard. Oh,
Following
that's a
the money
short.
may lead to a connection between Jeffrey Epstein, Vladimir Putin, and back towards Donald Trump based on new.
Guys, 3 days into this game, and I have uninstalled all other games in my phone.
Good for you.
In-game ads, pay to win.
Welcome to the midweek edition of Legal AF. I'm Karen Friedman-Agnifilo, and with me today is the amazing Lisa Graves, who's a regular contributor on Midas Touch and Legal AF YouTube channels. And Lisa, I'm so happy that you were able to stand in for Popak, who could not make it today and on this midweek episode. So thank you so much for being here. We have a really exciting lineup, a lot going on. It's only February 4th, and already there's just so much to talk about this month that it's hard to decide what to talk about. So we're going to talk about the Supreme Court today cleared the way for California to basically potentially gain 5 seats in Congress. This was something that the governor did in response to what Texas was doing and gerrymandering the state mid decade. Normally it happens every 10 years around the census, and it's kind of like what's good for the goose is good for the gander, and Texas did it and was allowed to do it by the Supreme Court. And so California said, okay, 2 can play at that game. We're going to redistrict 2, and they are hoping to flip 5 seats. We're going to talk about that because the Supreme Court ruled today essentially saying that that is okay and what that means. We're also going to talk today about the latest in the Jeffrey Epstein situation and what's going on there, and how the cases are, the documents are finally being released, not all of them, millions of them, but not all of them. And the DOJ blew past the December deadline that Congress set, that they were supposed to have these documents by December 19th. They didn't. They blew past the deadline, saying we need more time because we have to redact sensitive information and victims' information and photographs, etc. And so they did this giant document dump. And an easy word search, an easy name search of a list of victims' names, who they had, by the way, so they could have done this name search and word search, was the New York Times did it and found hundreds of examples where victims, thousands of examples, where over 100 victims' names were not only revealed, but personal and sensitive identifying information about them, photographs of them, etc. So the Department of Justice can't get out of their own way when it comes to the Epstein files. So we're going to talk a lot about what's happening there and the victims who have gone to federal court to try to get them to intervene, to get the courts to intervene, to take this website down. We're also going to talk about Trump, who once again is trying to get his case removed. Do you remember that case from a long time ago now, it seems like, where he was convicted of 34 felony counts by the Manhattan DA's office in my old office? He was convicted. He's trying to get that conviction and sentence removed to federal court. So and it's not the first time he's tried, by the way. He tried that a couple of times before, but he's trying again. And he went to federal court in front of Judge Hellerstein. And we're going to talk about how Judge Hellerstein responded to this effort to try to get the case removed to federal court. And what does Trump have up his sleeve? Why is he trying to do that? So I look forward to talking about that with you, Lisa. And finally, of course, Minnesota. So much is going on in Minnesota. It's a huge cluster, over there. There's something like 3,000 ICE agents. And I think they finally are realizing that they have to back down because they're losing the battle there. And all the resistance, the protests, and the pressure is causing things to change. Then not only have they moved Greg Bovino, who looks like a Nazi SS
Yeah.
agent in his long coat. It's kind of quite scary, frankly. He was moved out of Minnesota, and it looks like Kristi Noem has also been sidelined, and Tom Homan, the border czar, has gone there to try to calm things down, and he's already drawing down over 700 of the ICE agents and ICE troops out of Minnesota, because I think they realize what a disaster they have there. Other things are going on in Minnesota too. We have Special AUSA who is trying to field these all of these court cases of all of these individuals who are being detained and bringing writs of habeas corpus to try to get released, and they can't keep up. They just can't keep up. And she started crying in court and essentially asked to be held in contempt so she could get 24 hours of sleep. So very unusual for a Justice Department lawyer to respond that way, but I think it really just shows how what a stress this has put on the system, and how Trump just wasn't prepared. The administration was not prepared. You can't send this Operation Metro Serve, 3,000 DHS, Customs Border Patrol, and ICE agents to Minnesota to do this huge wave of not targeted deportation, which is the opposite of what they said they would do, which is targeted deportation of people who are convicted of crimes or arrested and charged with crimes. They're just sweeping up everybody, and they can't handle the volume. And so the system is crushing under its own weight. People are resigning in mass. Half the Minnesota U.S. Attorney's Office has resigned or been fired, and so they just can't keep up with the volume. And as a result, they're blowing through court orders that judges are getting frustrated. One judge said 96 court orders have been violated. 96. That's astounding. Court orders aren't optional. They are something you have to deal with. So we're going to talk about what all that means and everything that's going on. And Lisa, I'm so grateful that you are here. I want to hear your perspective on all of this and get your insight and knowledge. You come to the table with so much experience, and so we're so thrilled to have you here. Welcome to the midweek edition of Legal AF. How are you, Lisa?
I'm doing all right, Karen. Thank you so much. And as always, for that excellent introduction, the replay, the recap of what's going on and what we're going to talk about. So yeah, an honor to be here.
What have you been up to these days, Lisa?
Well, I've been doing some writing, not yet published, about the way the Roberts Court rulings have affected what's happening in Minnesota. Basically, the way they have tried to rewrite the rules in ways that make it harder for those lower court judges to issue restraining orders against actions that, on their face, in my view, seem to be in gross violation of people's civil rights and their freedom to dissent, the freedom to assemble, and the like. But so that's what I've been up to. But I actually, like you, can't believe it's February. Can't believe it's the 4th of February and already so much has happened. But that's actually been my reaction to the year 2026. We came in, it was, I think of like, what's that saying? When April or May the comes in like a lion or comes in like a lamb and goes out like a lion. I feel like January we had no respite, no real rest between the end of last year and this year. Just actually an acceleration with what's been happening in Minnesota and more. So yeah, I'm happy to be here, Karen, and happy to dig into these topics.
Even the groundhog, Punxsutawney Phil, here in New York, even the groundhog didn't come out this year. So
more winter. Yeah,
I don't know if it's winter or if he's like, I don't know, I don't want to come out. There's, Anyway, I don't want to read too much into that. So speaking of the Supreme Court and the Roberts Court and something that you're an expert in, let's talk about what happened in this California redistricting victory that is a major victory for Democrats in California. I'll frame the issue and I want to get your reaction to it. So essentially, Governor Gavin Newsom published this redistricting map, and it was in direct response. They didn't even try to hide that this was a direct response or what the purpose was. It was in direct response to Republicans who did this exact same thing in Texas. And it's in an effort to gain an additional 5 seats in Congress and try to flip Congress in the midterm. So, whether it will actually happen or not, ultimately, it's going to take a lot more than these 5 seats, because many red states are doing this, like Texas, are trying to do this, and some blue states are also trying to do it. But this ruling, this was an emergency application to the United States Supreme Court that was brought by the California Republicans, supported by Trump, and basically saying it's not constitutional, that they can't do this, saying essentially that they were trying to do this to try to give more votes to Latino and minority voters in California, which the Supreme Court has said you're not allowed to make race the motivating factor, the primary factor. It can be a factor, but it can't be the primary motivating factor. The Supreme Court's been chipping away at the Voting Rights Act, especially this Supreme Court. And so, but one thing that might be surprising to people is you are allowed to take partisanship. You're allowed to say, no, I'm doing this to gain partisan advantage. I'm not trying to give more votes to minority voters, which you would think would be something that is something you want to do, right? You want to give people who are disenfranchised kind of more of a vote because they're in the minority. You want to give them more or give them appropriate access to voting, especially in the electoral college system. But the Supreme Court has ruled in the past that is not okay. I think it was last year, actually, in fact. And instead, you are allowed to redistrict and draw maps that are just for partisan advantage. And in fact, this was the same argument that they made in Texas for why it's okay. In Texas, they said, oh, no, we're allowed to do this for this reason. And so in California, the lawyers basically threw it in their face and said, this is what you argued in Texas, so we're arguing the same thing. And not surprising, the Supreme Court, in an unsigned, no dissents decision, basically said, we are not going, we're denying this emergency application, therefore the map stands, and which is important because this registration for people who are going to run for these now open seats is opening right now. I think on Monday is when registration is, and so there was this temporal deadline, and so the map stands, and this is overwhelmingly approved by voters in California. California has this thing called propositions, so Prop 50 was put on a ballot in November and was voted on, and it overwhelmingly passed. And now this emergency stay basically says, okay, this is an emergency, so it's not fully briefed, it's not fully argued, so it has to go back down and make its way through the courts. But it doesn't matter, because this election, this is going to go forward with this map. So talk about, Lisa, what are your thoughts on this, and what do you glean from this opinion, if you want to call it that, or this order?
Yes, well, this is a good result today, and it is consistent with the recent precedents of the Roberts Court. As you point out, what happened was the Republicans were trying to stop California from doing redistricting in response to Texas redistricting, which was actually quite outrageous, quite frankly, given the fact that the Republican Party had been defending what happened in Texas. And what happened in Texas is actually unusual, relatively unusual in American history for, just to kind of draw the lens back a bit. The reason we have maps redrawn is typically based on the census. And so the Constitution commands that a census be taken every 10 years, and that based on the growth in population or loss in population, then congressional maps are redrawn. And so are state maps on the same basis, but not because the Constitution commands it. And so for these maps, usually what happens is every 10 years on the zeros, so 2020 there was a census, and then the next year the legislatures would take up maps to address the changes in population. But what Trump has triggered is this really unusual, and in my view, quite suspect redrawing of maps mid-decade, not based on the results of the census, but in order to try to gain an advantage, in order to prevent the House from becoming Democratic and attempting to hold him accountable, whether that's through legislation, investigation, investigations, impeachment, subpoenas, or more. And so Trump has said quite openly that he does not want the Democrats to win the House because he doesn't want to face any accountability for his actions. And he said that he could very well be impeached if the Democrats take the House. So he's been pressuring Republican-controlled legislatures with Republican governors to redraw their maps, to take seats away from Democratic districts or districts that lean Democratic and basically just skew the maps so that as many Republicans as possible can be elected regardless of the actual way an ordinary population might vote. And so earlier I guess late last year, the Roberts Court allowed a change in maps in Texas, these 5 seats that were drawn by the Republican legislature, to go forward, even though in that case the lower court judge found that those maps did have a racially disparate impact and race was a factor, was being considered as part of that redrawing. And that's the redrawing that has effectively moved some leading Democrats out
Stream
of their
Elements
seats
says,
in Congress
find me
up
in
to
other
this
places, Discord,
And so
Twitter,
at
YouTube,
least one
Steam,
black member of
Xbox,
Congress,
and
now
PlayStation
running
Old
for, I
Mage
think,
guy on
senator or
TikTok as
governor,
Mage.
was the victim in essence of this redrawing. And in response to that redrawing, California moved forward to say, if you're going to redraw the maps, if this goes forward, we're going to redraw our maps too. And then the Republicans attacked that measure even after they'd won in this ruling by the Supreme Court that allowed that Texas map to go forward. So it's a just result in that sense, but the underlying issue remains really problematic because the Supreme Court, the Roberts Court, has not yet ruled on the Calais case, which is a case out of Louisiana. In that case, after the 2020 census, the white dominated legislature in Louisiana drew maps that allowed only one House district to be a majority of Black Americans, even though in Louisiana, Black Americans make up basically a third of the population. So instead of having there be any proportion, which is not required, but which would be common sense, the white legislature drew maps that had 5 white majority districts and 1 Black majority district. A lower court panel struck that down because the Voting Rights Act has long had provisions to protect against vote dilution, and there are Supreme Court precedents that say that you cannot have measures under Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act that dilute the Black vote, that have the effect of diluting Black votes, basically taking a vote that has meaning and rendering it meaningless. And so the Louisiana legislature responded to that lower court ruling, redrew the map so that there were 2 Black majority districts and 4 white majority districts. And then that map was pursued by white residents of Louisiana to attack it as unconstitutional. And that's the case that is still pending before the Supreme Court. I raise that because even though these districts are allowed to go forward in this election cycle in California, as the Texas seats are going forward in this election cycle in the 2026 race, I'm very concerned that the Roberts Court will strike down Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, rule in favor of those white residents in Louisiana, and say that going forward in the 2028 election, that you cannot have maps that protect against vote dilution, against diluting the Black vote. And I fear that Mike Johnson and Trump would use such a ruling to say that they're not going to seat any legislators who were elected in districts created to prevent the dilution of the Black vote. And so it sort of could lay around like a loaded weapon, illegitimately, to provide pretext for an effort to try to overturn the results of the 2026 election. I hope it doesn't go that way. I hope that we have a fair election in 2026 in the midterms, despite Trump's claiming he's going to send troops or nationalize the elections in some way, despite what we are going to talk about later about the Fulton County situation in terms of the federal government seizing ballots. I hope we have a fair election. We're going to have to work hard as citizens to get as many people out to vote. Basically, I don't care what your party is, but please stand up for the right to vote and get more people out to vote so that the results cannot be set aside. But I'm concerned that this Republican Supreme Court, this majority on the court, this Roberts Court, has been working to change the rules to aid Republicans. We know that the point you raised, Karen, about allowing partisan districting is a direct result of this Roberts Court, because in a case called Alexander versus NAACP of South Carolina, even though lower court judges found that Nancy Mace's district, the first district of South Carolina, had been constructed specifically to move over 20,000 black voters out of her district and into a different district in order to give her a safe seat, moving them out of a district that they, their parents, their grandparents had voted in for years, the Gullah community. The Roberts Court, in an opinion by Samuel Alito, said that the South Carolina legislature could do that as long as their goal was partisanship. As long as their
come
objective was
on!
partisanship, even if race was basically
Fucking
the core
windows.
factor moving these black voters out of that district. And so the court has put its thumb on the scale in favor of these Republican legislatures, even considering race like they did in South Carolina, expressly moving like with statistical, methodical, unmistakable a determination to move those black voters out in South Carolina. The court has allowed that, and that has unleashed mid-decade redistricting, and it bodes poorly for the future if the Roberts Court ultimately strikes down one of the last remaining enforcement provisions in the Voting Rights Act, Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act.
You know, your fear
Fucking
about
talk
Mike
about
Johnson
screwing me over
refusing
for
to
my
seat
daily ops
these members
mission.
of Congress is not something that we know he will do, right? I mean,
think
he
it's
did
time
it
for us to figure
he
out
refused to seat the
Alita
one
Gomez, yeah.
exactly, and because she was going to be the vote they needed to vote the Epstein Transparency Act, the Epstein File Transparency Act, out onto the floor. And so he's willing to do that if it suits him. So
Yeah.
I think your fear is well placed there for sure. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is calling to nationalize state elections. What do you make of that? And what do you think? What hay can he make there?
Well, it really is extraordinary. And if Mike Johnson had any, and I'll just say in my personal opinion, integrity, he would be objecting this, because this is the Constitution specifically commits the power to handle state elections to the states. It is not a federal prerogative. It shouldn't be the federal government. The federal government should not be taking over the election process. It is one of the most significant threats to our democratic process that we've ever seen, to have a president asserting this. And
It
to
actually
not,
says it in the Constitution, right?
it's expressly
It says, yeah. Go ahead.
for the states, not for the federal government, not for the president. And we have a president who has denied the actual results of Americans voting in 2020 and sought to stop that vote from being counted. And in my view, incited the crowd to assail the Capitol to try to stop that vote. That's what the indictment about January 6th, Jack Smith's indictment, was about. He said that he had ample evidence beyond a reasonable doubt, to prove the counts that Donald Trump was charged with. But this court, the Roberts Court, intervened and effectively pardoned Trump retrospectively and paved the way for his return to power. And so we have right now someone in the executive office in the White House who should have no role taking over elections during the midterms. Federal elections are handled by state officials, and state officials have been doing this correctly, properly for decades. They're well trained. All of Trump's efforts to try to change the voting rules in 2020 to his advantage, to try to block people from voting absentee, to try to assert fraud, Rudy Giuliani's really absurd claims that were rejected in court after court, he lost over and over. And so he's the last person who should have these powers. But in fact, it wouldn't matter whether it was Trump or someone else, in the sense that that's not what the Constitution says. So this is just another anti-constitutional, counter-constitutional, unconstitutional maneuver by Trump in order to, in his desperation, try to stay in power regardless of what our law commands.
What does he threaten? I mean, what is your understanding of what he's going to try and do, and to quote, nationalize federal elections? And what do you think the Supreme Court, how do you think they'll respond to that?
Of course.
Well, I think one of the things we're seeing is some trial runs. So, I think that one of the fears coming out of Minneapolis is not just this invasion, this siege by federal officers who outnumber the local police, but that there could be an effort to deploy ICE agents to polling places to try to intimidate voters, to possibly arrest voters. We know that they've been engaged in racial profiling. They fought for the right, in essence, the quote right to do so, and the Roberts Court, in an emergency docket ruling, allowed them, in the case of their immigration enforcement, to consider someone's race, ethnicity, appearance, last name, language, accent, profession as a basis for stopping someone for what has been called Kavanaugh stops. Because Kavanaugh, basically gave this his blessing, even though he's tried to walk it back a bit. But I think that we could see Trump try to deploy federal troops or ICE agents to polling places to intimidate voters or even arrest people. Given what just happened in Fulton County with, the issue of the 2020 election in Georgia has been litigated, and Trump has lost at every turn. Those ballots had been audited and then re-examined by local and state officials as part of their review of the vote in 2020. Republican state officials, the governor of Georgia, the AG of Georgia, both of whom are Republicans, the Secretary of State of Georgia, Brad Raffensperger, everyone basically affirmed the certification of those ballots as valid. And yet Trump has gone in there and had them seized. Had the DOJ seize them, had the FBI seize them, and was even on a telephone call, basically acting like a cheerleader to the FBI agents for seizing those pallets of ballots. Now, I think that no one can have any confidence in the integrity of those ballots now that they've been seized by an administration that has been determined to perpetuate the big lie that Trump won. And we can see that in the White House website that they created around January 6th and other material that they've released in Trump's ongoing claims that he really won in 2020, despite the fact that he actually lost, and that votes were counted, ballots were recounted again to make sure of the election results, and he lost. He was the biggest loser of 2020, and he can't accept it. But now he has the power of the FBI and DOJ doing his bidding. And I will say to you, Karen, one of the things that was tucked in that immunity ruling that John Roberts wrote, the one that is extraordinary, counter-constitutional assertion, invention of this super wide power of Donald Trump, of a president engaged in, quote, official acts, that opinion basically said that the president could direct the FBI, could direct DOJ as part of this sort of unitary executive theory, as part of the so-called official acts of the president. And that's what Trump is doing. That's extraordinary in our political system. For years and years, in fact, for decades, it has been seen as verboten for a president to be directing the prosecution of anyone, including his enemies, but anyone. And there's a long-standing set of agreements. I saw them, review them from time to time when I was at the Justice Department, along with others, in terms of the rules for contacts between the Justice Department and the White House, in order to prevent even the appearance that a White House is directing prosecutions or interfering in prosecutions, let alone demanding that his enemies be pursued or that his conspiracy theories be pursued through the force of law. And so, notwithstanding John Roberts' intervention in the January 6th indictment of Donald Trump and other potential criminal cases against Donald Trump, the fact is that what happened in Georgia is so unusual, so irregular, and so worrisome, because to go to your initial question, Karen, we don't know if he's going to try to seize ballots during the 2026 election or immediately thereafter with his loyalists trying to go to a judge to try to make a case, to try to stop the results from counting, our votes from counting in the 2026 midterms.
An IQ of 115 to 145 is considered high, and an IQ 145 is considered genius. Are you curious to know where you stack up? You can take this 2-minute IQ test. That will give you detailed results on your IQ score and cognitive skills.
No, it won't, especially if you're on the autism spectrum. Because it doesn't equate for it.
Yeah, well, there's certain judges that they're going to make sure they bring cases to, right? Judge Eileen Cannon, for example, I could see them trying to maneuver a case down there for
Right,
sure.
Palm Beach County, right?
Exactly. Or Judge Kazmarek, right, in Texas. I mean, that's another one. There's certain judges that you could see them trying to forum shop. So, do you think he's going to try to also outlaw mail-in ballots as well? And I mean, that seems to be a rallying cry. And what was Tulsi Gabbard doing at the execute? It was just, it's one thing to be, okay, yeah, he can be in charge of the FBI and the DOJ and whatever, and they're there executing the search warrant to take these voting machines. But what was the director of national intelligence doing there?
Well, to unpack your question a bit, like in Georgia, the head of the FBI in Georgia resigned because he would not pursue this really illegitimate, in my view, case. And in fact, they brought in an AUSA not from Georgia, but from Missouri to handle this case. And so the case is already fraught to begin with. And this is in line with what you mentioned earlier about what's been happening in Minnesota, where 6 AUSAs resigned because of the actions of this administration, and 1 FBI agent resigned because instead of investigating Good's death, they wanted to investigate her partner for daring to, dissent from the ISIS presence there in Minnesota. So, what's happened in Georgia just in the past week is unusual in numerous ways, including the fact that longtime career officials who have, they may be Republicans, they may be Democrats, but they have been trying to follow the law, were unwilling to go along with this charade. But as you point out, who was there? The Director of National Intelligence, which is the DNI, which is Tulsi Gabbard, someone who Trump chose to put in that role at the top, the pinnacle of our national intelligence infrastructure. The DNI is a position that was created after September 11th. It is above the CIA. It's above the NSA. It's above, the 10, 12 acronym intelligence agencies that found that Russia tried to interfere in the 2016 election, notwithstanding Donald Trump's repeated claims that it was a hoax. Our intelligence community found that there was an active effort by Russia to interfere. I'm sure if anyone ever had access to the books of FBI of Facebook, you would see it because they were spending millions of dollars on ads targeting Americans as well in that 2016 election. But Donald Trump wanted to put someone who was someone he could trust, a loyalist to him, in charge of national intelligence, and he put Tulsi Gabbard. We've never had basically the head of the spy agencies involved in an effort to seize American ballots, to seize the ballots of American residents. It is beyond unusual. It is, quite frankly, outrageous for the DNI to have been on the ground. Supposedly she was there because Trump asked her to. That's not her job. She actually doesn't have a role within the U.S. in that way. Her role is supposed to be focused predominantly on foreign intelligence, on gathering foreign intelligence, and on the processes that these agencies are using, for signals intelligence or geographic intelligence or human intelligence. They are not supposed to be focusing on Americans. They are not supposed to be involved in law enforcement, domestic law enforcement. So it was an extraordinary act. She went there as a political act on behalf of her benefactor, Donald Trump. She called Donald Trump on his cell phone from the scene of, the process of seizing those ballots and having the FBI agents there. He called her back. She put him on the phone to cheerlead to those agents that they were doing the right thing, even though this is basically unprecedented in American history to have this kind of intervention by a president over an election that was already litigated and resolved years ago, and he lost. And there was no deterrent to her personally in terms of her own integrity, in my personal view, or her actions or her actual official role or duties. Nothing impeded her from going there, even though it was totally not her job. And it's actually quite worrisome because now we know there are a lot of relationships that Trump has with foreign governments. We know that there's been, these deals struck and, rewards or presents or, all manner of intermingling of his personal interests and our governmental actions with respect to some foreign governments and foreign leaders. And I don't know that we can have really any confidence about what Tulsi Gabbard may or may not say or assert about foreign involvement in our elections when this administration has rejected the actual independent assessments of the intelligence agencies in 2016. And now he has, in essence, directed the head of the national intelligence for the United States to be part of the process of seizing American ballots with no public statement of any evidence of any foreign involvement or interference in that Georgia election, no indication that the ballots would indicate any involvement by foreign agents or foreign governments. And in fact, back in 2020, when this issue of foreign interference was litigated in Arizona in the face of conspiracy theories that was Chinese paper or other, completely ridiculous, laugh out loud, false assertions about the Arizona election, those were roundly rejected in court. There is no evidence, none that has ever been made public, none that exists, in my view, to indicate any foreign interference in that Georgia presidential race in 2020 or any state for that matter.
Yeah, it's crazy, and people aren't outraged by it enough. I think not because it's not outrageous, but because there's so much going on that it's like, how do you decide? Any other normal time, this would be something that would be on TV, on the news, in the papers every single day. What was she doing there? Why are they executing a search warrant now 4 years later? Or no, more than 4 years later. It's like 6 years later. Yeah, 6 years later. How is this not stale for search warrant purposes?
Right.
Why would a judge or a magistrate sign off on this? Like, there's so many open questions to try to unpack here, but it's like a fire hose of outrage, with Minnesota, with Epstein, with, all the things going on. But it's important that we have to keep calling these things out and really underscoring for people how unusual this is and really how important the midterms are. And people have to go and vote and vote. I mean, we have to, because that's what's so critical, what's going on here. The world does not look anything like it has looked in my lifetime. It's so, over the years, it's like, sometimes we're liberal, sometimes we're conservative, sometimes we're Democrat, sometimes we're Republican, this is not liberal or conservative. This is not Democrat or Republican. This is truly lawlessness and autocracy, and it's terrifying. And so the more we can kind of call this out, talk about what it is, and talk about the fact that it's really our democracy at stake, I think that's why we are spending so much time talking about these things and bringing them to everybody's attention. So we have to take our first break. So obviously we have to keep the lights on here at Legal AF and on the Midas Touch Network. So please, if you're not a subscriber, subscribe to Midas Touch and to the Legal AF YouTube channel and to Legal AF Substack and all. There's so much that you can watch and read to stay informed. And we really appreciate all the support and this whole community that is here. So if you can subscribe and you can be a part of that, that really helps us as well. Midas Touch Network is over 6 million subscribers now, and Legal AF YouTube channel has over 1 million. So we're growing at lightning speed, and it's because of this amazing community and all of you. So we're going to take our first break from one of our from some of our sponsors who pick us. They know what we talk about, they know our point of view, and they decide to advertise on this network. So we like our sponsors and we vet them, and we're happy to bring them to you.
Well, when it comes to dog food, it feels like you have to choose between fresh and healthy or easy to store and serve, but never both. Well, you don't have to choose anymore, thanks to Sundays. Sundays was founded by a veterinarian and mom, Dr. Tori Waxman, who got tired of seeing so-called premium dog food full of fillers and synthetics. So she designed Sundays, air-dried real food made in a human-grade kitchen using the same ingredients and care you'd use to cook for yourself and your family. And my Lily, a Border Collie chocolate lab mix, loves it, and we love it for her. Every bite of Sundays is clean and made from real meat, fruits, and veggies with no kibble. That means no weird ingredients you can't pronounce and no fillers. Compared to kibble or other brands out there, Sundays invest 50 times more in its ingredients to ensure premium quality. Because your dog deserves food made with care, not in the interest of cost cutting. Even if you don't have a dog yourself, you still want the dogs you love to get the same quality food you'd want for your own family. Real ingredients, no fillers, and something that actually supports their health. And the best part, you just scoop and serve. No freezer, no thawing or prep, no mess. Make the switch to Sundays. Go right now to sundaysfordogs.com/legalaf50 and get 50% off your first order. Or you can use code LegalAF50 at checkout. That's 50% off your first order at sundaysfordogs.com/legalAF50. sundaysfordogs.com/legalAF50 or use code LegalAF50 at checkout. We're a year into the new administration, and it's getting harder to read the news and see continued attacks on our First Amendment freedoms daily. Now is the time to look for the helpers, those who are strategically fighting day in and out to preserve our constitutional freedoms. One of the organizations fighting the good fight is Americans United for Separation of Church and State. Their mission is to protect everyone's right to live as they are and believe as they choose, so long as they don't harm others. AU is fighting back against the wave of Christian nationalist threats happening across the country. They filed 11 lawsuits last year alone, multiple against the Trump administration, to protect your individual freedom of and from religion. Whether you support public education, are passionate about LGBTQ+ and reproductive rights, or some combination of all, AU relies on the help of its supporters to do this important work. If you're looking for an organization to support and learn from, head to au.org/legalaf to see how you can get involved in their work and support the fight against Christian nationalism. That's au.org/legalaf. When America's divided, we are Americans United. Learn more at au.org/legalaf.
All right, we're back. I want to start with what's going on in federal court in Judge Hellerstein's courtroom. Essentially, just to remind everyone, so Donald Trump was convicted in May of 2024 of 34 felony counts by the Manhattan DA's office, where I spent the better part of my career. 30 years I worked there. And he was convicted of falsifying business records related to these hush money payments that he made to Stormy Daniels, who he had an affair with. Or I don't know if you call it an affair, but he had relations with. Yeah. And his fixer attorney at the time, Michael Cohen, helped broker these hush money payments, and they doctored the books to make it look like legal fees, and he went to trial, was prosecuted and convicted of 34 felony counts in Manhattan. Now, Trump tried to get the case removed from state court previously to federal court, and it's called a removal, right? That's what they call it under the law, and it's essentially it's when federal officers are being prosecuted, or someone who's being prosecuted who has a federal defense, and they want to have it removed to federal court so that they can have their case handled there instead of state court. And he tried to have the case removed, but Judge Hellerstein said, no, that was entirely personal conduct. That had nothing to do with your presidency. That happened when you were a private citizen. It doesn't belong in federal court. So that went down. So he rejected that. I think there was twice he went for removal in Hellerstein's court, and twice it was rejected. So he finally went to trial. He was convicted, and he after he was convicted in May, in July, a couple months later, the Supreme Court came down and ruled that this ruling about presidential immunity,
right?
And that just created the whole situation we're in. But I'm not going to digress. And essentially said, I think you said earlier, it's almost like pardoning in advance. Proactively pardoning him and retroactively pardoning him for anything that you do while you're president. And so Donald Trump made the strategic decision to appeal to the state court first, Judge Merchan, and say I'm immune. You know, you can't now. You have to vacate my conviction. Judge Merchan ruled
No, it's not.
that essentially this was entirely private conduct. Almost none of this happened while you were president, except one conversation that you had with Hope Hicks. And
There we go.
even
Now
if I
it
took
is.
that out of the equation, the evidence, the evidence against you was overwhelming. And so, so let's say we take that out, I still find that the jury should have found you guilty or could have found you guilty. And so we're going to proceed to sentencing. After that, he then went to Judge Hellerstein and said, okay, I would like you to now remove it again based on, I want to make this removal application again based on the immunity decision. And Judge Hellerstein, there was a hearing. He hasn't ruled yet, but he essentially said, you don't get two bites of the apple. You waited too long. You should have come here first if that's what you wanted to do is removal. But instead, you made a strategic decision to see if you can get Judge Merchan to do it. And then when he didn't go your way, now you're trying to get us to do it. And Judge Hellerstein, it doesn't seem like my reading of the tea leaves wasn't having it. And because essentially what the lawyer for Donald Trump admitted to or kind of said was, we just need you to make any ruling so that we can then appeal it and get it to the Second Circuit. Just bring it to federal court. I don't care if you rule for us or against us. If you rule against us, that's fine too, because then we can just go to the Second Circuit, get them to rule. Again, it doesn't really matter what they do because we want to go to the Supreme Court because we know the Supreme Court will basically do, we have our best chance at an audience there, but they have to get there. They have to get to the Supreme Court. And Judge Hellerstein seems skeptical. I don't know. What did you pick up from the hearing?
Yeah, I'm skeptical too. And I think he's rightly skeptical. And, this is an area where, as broad as that ruling by John Roberts, that edict declaring that Trump had presidential immunity or immunity from criminal prosecution, it was specific to official acts. Now, there are an enormous array of so-called official acts that includes, in essence, they've asserted pardons. They've asserted all sorts of things that the president does in his official capacity. But as you point out, and as the judges have pointed out, Donald Trump's payment of this hush money for this sexual relationship with Stormy Daniels, this was before the election. This was before he became a president. You can't have immunity. Even though I object to the Roberts ruling on immunity for president while acting as a president, you certainly don't get immunity for your actions before you become president or after you stop being president. So it's really extraordinary that he's doing it. But as you point out, it's all about getting to the Supreme Court and trying to make the case to the 6 Republican appointees in the Supreme Court that perhaps 5 of them would find some way to rule in his favor to get this case dismissed. I think that on the merits, as you pointed out, and as one of the judges pointed out, only just a teeny tiny percentage of the activity occurred after he became president. It was like incidental to what was already going on to try to keep this out of the news, because what was really going on was that Trump and his lawyer at the time, Michael Cohen, did not want Stormy Daniels to speak about the fact that Trump had had sex with a woman for money around shortly after his wife Melania had given birth to their son, and that this would look bad for Trump, that it could affect his chance of becoming president in 2016. So the whole case, the whole hush money, the payment of the money was all about trying to win that 2016 election. And the idea that Trump can assert immunity or try to drag this case into federal court, I do think that it's a bad case for those claims. I don't think that he would prevail, except that this Roberts court is a wild card in the sense that they have done so much to put their thumb on the scale in favor of Donald Trump in all sorts of ways. In any normal environment, I think this would be an open and shut case against Trump. But we just don't know what this Roberts court is going to do, given so many of the other things it has done to basically allow Trump to do things that no other president has been allowed to do, like these tariffs, that the tariff policy is specifically committed to Congress, not the president, like birthright citizenship. All these things that are being challenged before this court, the court has not yet ruled on, are things where in any other ordinary court, I think people would have a right to reasonably expect that this court would not rule in Trump's favor. But we just don't know with this court.
Yeah, we really don't. It's so interesting to see what happens. People are probably wondering, well, why is this happening now in front of Hellerstein? And it's because Trump brought this. You're supposed to bring it within 30 days of a ruling. He brought it almost 60 days later after he had already gone to Judge Merchan. He made this application. Hellerstein denied it. It was then appealed to the Second Circuit, and the Second Circuit sent it back down to Hellerstein, essentially saying you have to consider some of these arguments and have a hearing and make findings. And so that's why it's still bubbling around, and he's going to have to rule and make a decision, and I think take into consideration the things the Second Circuit wanted him to do. So this is still a live issue. It's still going on, and we'll see what happens. So let's turn now to across the hall from Judge Hellerstein, Judge Berman, also in the Southern District of New York, who was the judge who was the trial judge for Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yep.
And he, although that case is over, although she's appealing, but it's over. She was tried and convicted, and she's now in prison. People keep running to him to kind of and try to deal with the Epstein files, right? So that trial happens, and then Congress passes the Epstein Files Transparency Act, which basically gave until I think it was December 19th as a deadline for the Department of Justice to turn over all records that they have. That there's got some holes in the law. It doesn't include things like the IRS records. It doesn't include other government records. It's like the DOJ and the FBI, right? So there's still a lot of other records out there that relate to people who were financing the Jeffrey Epstein, his lifestyle, et cetera. There's a lot of government records. So I think they need to pass an amendment to the law that fixes that. But the law also has some holes in it that says DOJ can withhold certain things if there's an open investigation. So it's not a perfect law, but even so, there are lots of documents that should be turned over. And they keep running to Judge Berman because some of those, small portion of them, but some of those records were grand jury material, for example. And grand jury material is sealed. And so Judge Berman had to unseal them in order to comply with the law. They've also gone to Judge Berman to try to enforce the law because DOJ blew past the deadline, and Berman said, I have nothing to do with it, right? This is not my case. Like, my case is over. I can't enforce this law. Maybe you should bring a new action so that we can enforce the law. And in the meantime, the DOJ said, no need. We're working on it. We've got people working on it around the clock. We've got lawyers working on this around the clock. There's millions. Sometimes they say there's hundreds of thousands. Sometimes they say there's 6 million. Then they say 3 million. Who knows? We know there's millions of records and documents, but we need to redact out the victim's information and redact out victims' photos and names, etc., as well as certain other. They said they're not going to redact people out for political reasons, but there are people who I think they are taking out who they've determined are either they were innocent or it didn't go anywhere, and so they're not going to let some people get wrongly tarnished with this. With this. So there were certain names to redact out there. What the victims did is they gave over 100 names to the DOJ so that they can know the names that need to be redacted out. And the way that works, because I'm a criminal defense attorney and I was a prosecutor, the way it works when you get terabytes of millions of discovery documents, whether you're turning them over as a prosecutor or receiving them as a defense attorney, no one expects you to be able to read every single document. And so, sometimes you have to read the vast majority of them, but typically the way you start such a search is you do word searches, right? You put them in a searchable database and you do word searches. And so by giving over the victims' names, that was in an effort so that the DOJ, who had Southern District of New York, I believe, had almost every lawyer in the office working on this round the clock. And it's a way of giving them the names so that they can, whatever files they were in charge of, they presumably should be able to put the names into a computer, and it should show you everywhere that shows up. Same thing with photos. You know, there should be a way to search for, at least look at all the photos, unless there were so many of those, and be able to redact out that information. Well, the New York Times, when 3 million documents were dumped, were able to find thousands, not one or two or a few that they missed, thousands of records where over 100 victims' names and personal identifying information, including photographs, were leaked. And the New York Times tried to do the right thing and tell DOJ, what you did, you know, there's a problem here.
Stream Elements
And
says,
in the meantime,
find
a
me
lot
in
of
other
the victims
places,
are
Discord,
like, I
Twitter,
never came
YouTube,
forward.
Steam,
I mean, I didn't even know my
Xbox,
name
and
was in there,
PlayStation
or,
Old
you know,
Mage
I never
Guy
had
on
anything to
TikTok
do
as
with this.
Mage.
I wasn't one of the people who wanted to do this. Now my life is turned upside down. Or some of the other victims are like, I came forward, but you promised this wouldn't happen to me. You know, it's very upsetting. And so they ran to Judge Berman, understandably, to basically say, take down the website, make them take down the website. And essentially the DOJ, they were supposed to have a hearing today, but the judge canceled it because the DOJ agreed to handle this, right? They agreed to fix this. So, but it's just unbelievable to me. How this could happen. I mean, and under any normal Congress, they should be having hearings to figure out what happened. I mean, I don't know. What are your thoughts about this, Lisa?
Well, we've spent, we the taxpayers have spent millions and millions of dollars on this redaction effort. The redaction effort began in part because Trump ran in part saying, you know, along with some of his supporters, that they needed to make the Epstein files public. Bondi promised to make them public. She claimed she had them on the top of her desk, and she was going to release them all, or, you know, had a client list, etc. It was just a constant drumbeat. And then suddenly this past spring, it turns out that Bondi informed Trump that his name appeared numerous times in the files. And then suddenly they were trying to say, oh no, never mind, nothing to see here, no files to be released, there's nothing more to see. Even though in many of these instances, the men who were involved in predatory behavior with the women and girls that were recruited by Ghislaine Maxwell, for Jeffrey Epstein's, operations, even though basically they were the people who victimized them were never charged, other than Epstein and Maxwell. And so, that's what resulted in this effort in the House, where some Republicans joined Democrats in saying, look, make the files public. And so since that law passed, there's been this sort of round-the-clock effort that's been described as involving FBI agents, AUSAs, prosecutors, and others to redact the files. And yet, we've seen a really sloppy process, quite frankly, despite the millions that have been spent. We saw, as you point out, the names of survivors of this racket, this Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell racket, them named with personally identifiable information. Anyone who runs a website in America is actually required under U.S. law to protect against revealing personally identifiable information as specifically defined in the law. But in this instance, to take special care, if they were supposed to be doing anything with this redaction, it was supposed to protect the survivors, the victims of this multi-year scheme by Epstein and Maxwell. And instead, what we've seen is redactions and deletions to protect Trump. At one point, just this past week, they redacted a photo of Trump, like his face, from a photo that was just a publicity photo. So there was extra effort paid to try to protect Trump in some ways. We don't know all the redactions. There's been no cataloging of what things were redacted on what basis. Some of the redactions seem super irrational and very much designed to protect Trump. But now we've seen that they have been not so careful in handling the claims about people who survived it. And there's, I guess, two other things that I just want to flag for our watchers, our listeners. One is that in Todd Blanche's press conference, he's the Deputy Attorney General, the guy who was formerly a criminal defense attorney for Donald Trump. Now he's being paid by us as the Deputy Attorney General. Blanche said that certain information was removed from files, including information about people who were either assaulted or killed. he expressly talked about the removal of information around deaths. And I think the American people have a right to know if there were deaths, in fact, discussed or documented in these files. It is horrifying that he uttered that sentence. There seems to be no reason for him to utter that sentence unless there is evidence. And the evidence, that some have suggested is that some part of Epstein's operations might have included snuff films, which involve killing the person who is being preyed upon by sexual predators. So that should be known. If that in fact happened, where are the prosecutions? Where are the potential prosecutions, or at least some sort of public accountability for presumably the men who were involved in this predation against these young women? Or in some instances, certainly with regard to Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, children, girls who are not young women at all, but are minors. So that, I think, is a really important component of this. And then the second important component is there's no, like Blanche just said, that's it, we're done. Even though there are more files that have not been released, that they possess, and that they have not, I think, asserted in any proper legal way a legal basis for excluding those or for not giving any more. Just like they basically said, look, here's enough, hope this satisfies you, we're moving on. And then in response, Trump has asserted that the files exonerate him, when in fact the files are very, very troubling. First of all, his name is mentioned, I think according to the New York Times count, at least 5,000 times in these files in different ways. And that's just the parts that we can see. There are other places where his name appears to be redacted based on the content of the files. So that's just the visible mentions of him. That's a lot of mentions by a sexual predator. There are other components of the file. The second thing I would flag is there are conversations between Jeffrey Epstein and Steve Bannon about the 2016 election as it's going on. And that's at a time when Bannon was the key advisor to Donald Trump, trying to protect his efforts to win the presidency, to win the White House in 2016. And even though purportedly Donald Trump stopped letting Epstein come to his club, circa 2006, 2007, 10 years earlier, even though they'd been best friends for years and had been involved in these modeling agencies and these other activities that have resulted in complaints against Trump, complaints that he's denied, but complaints of sexual abuse or potential rape by Donald Trump, which he's denied. So there's a lot more that Congress should be investigating. Congress needs to get involved in investigating what happened, why there were no prosecutions, why Alex Acosta did not insist on a prosecution based on the more than a dozen girls whose evidence was within the FBI files, within the law enforcement files at the time of Jeffrey Epstein's plea agreement back in 2006, 2007. There's, the fact that we do not have justice for these survivors, that people have not been held accountable, other than Ghislaine Maxwell, who Todd Blanche, met with, and then suddenly she was moved from a proper prison at the right level of security for the length of her sentence and moved to one of these country club camps, prison camps in Texas. There has not been accountability for these crimes against so many women and girls.
Yeah, except Congress is going to be having the Clintons come and testify, which is, that's their big flex, that the Clintons, who initially sent a letter saying this is the hill we're going to die on, we're not coming, and now are coming. But that's the only hearing they're going to have is with regard to the Clintons. I mean, where are all the investigations now that we know how many, that there's more than 100, there's hundreds of survivors, that there are the number of men that are involved in this it's astounding. And yet we don't know about any investigations, right? We don't know about any prosecutions that are pending, and presumably there aren't any, because if there were open investigations into these, they wouldn't see the files, because that's one of the exceptions to the Epstein Files Transparency Act, is that if there's a pending investigation, we can withhold those files. So by releasing them, they're basically saying all these things, these horrible crimes that you're seeing, that you're seeing evidence of, we're not investigating any of these. We're just going to allow this to continue. So
I was going to say, I mean, I think it's a cover up for Congress not to investigate, and just to have, like you said, just this flex around Bill Clinton to demand that he testify, but not demand that Trump testify, or that other people who are mentioned in these files be called to testify. I'm sorry to interrupt, Karen.
No, you're right. You're right.
They are complicit in this cover-up if they do not take further action to investigate. And if laws need to be changed to address sexual misconduct that may have expired in terms of the statute of limitations, as has happened in other instances regarding, some famous comedians and other very famous people, then maybe we need to revisit those laws that might give some impunity for some of these abusers to get away with it. Because if that's part of the issue in terms of the lack of criminal investigation, that needs to be addressed. If Jeffrey Epstein was acting in some sort of intelligence capacity, as Alex Acosta asserted and then tried to walk back, but now you've seen these files, these ties to Russia, and this notion of potential compromise or compromising material, we need to get to the bottom of that. If a sexual predator was allowed to pursue women and girls in America because someone in the intelligence community thought that he could provide them valuable information, we should know who made that decision.
Yeah, no, there's a lot that needs to be done, and I imagine if the Democrats take back Congress, this is going to be one of the first things they take up and do real special investigation into all of this. We need to take our second and final break, and then we are going to go straight to Minnesota, where again so much is still happening. So we're going to take a quick break and come back and find out everything that's going on in Minnesota, and we'll be right back.
Fresh start, same system. Banks win, you pay. Fees and calls piling up monthly. Unless you fight back, PDS Debt has already helped hundreds of thousands cut their debt and put money back in their pockets, not the banks. Whether you're struggling with credit cards, personal loans, collections, or medical bills, PDS Debt has customized options for anyone in that situation. PDS Debt understands your specific scenario and will help you provide alternative solutions to becoming debt-free with a personalized plan designed just for you. There's no minimum credit score required. They're here to help you save more, pay off your debt faster, and start putting money back where it belongs, in your pocket. PDS Debt is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, has thousands of 5-star reviews on Google, and a 5-star rating on Trustpilot. Every month you wait costs you more in interest and fees. The best time to start was yesterday. The second best is right now. Don't wait another month. Take back control in 30 seconds. Get your free personalized assessment and the best option for you at pdsdebt.com/legalaf. That's pdsdebt.com/legalaf. pdsdebt.com/legalaf. You're 30 seconds away from being debt-free. Get your free assessment and find the best option for you right now at pdsdebt.com/legalaf.
Hey man, what you holding?
We're back, and Lisa, I want to turn our attention now to Minnesota, because big news coming out of Minnesota. Tom Homan, the border czar, went to Minnesota, sidelined Kristi Noem and the others who were there, and essentially is trying to take the temperature down, is moving almost a third of the officers who were there, over 700 of them. Still going to be over 2,000 of them there, but they're going to move a big chunk of them to try to scale down the efforts in the area. And he said essentially that, officials in Minnesota made significant progress working with state and local officials despite some differences. They're allowing ICE to take custody of illegal people who are here illegally or undocumented before they're released from jail. But my question is, it's unclear what policy has changed, because there's never been a problem with ICE and DHS to
Hot
take
ice
custody of
machine,
people who are in jail or
wetsuit.
prison. I mean, even in blue states like New York, that's where most of the deportations happen. I mean, you've got someone who's arrested, you've got them convicted, they're in jail, they're in prison, and that's when they start the deportation proceedings. So that's always been the case, but I guess he's
Alright.
gonna advertise
Swap
something that
away.
already existed as a win, and they're gonna go back to targeting these individuals, people who are convicted of crimes, and this is cooperation, which has led to a safer environment for ICE officers, blah blah blah. It's just kind of BS, but it is a good start. It is taking the temperature down because people were losing their lives, right? It's over 100 people were injured. Many people were arrested. Two people lost their lives, Renee Good and
Pushy girl.
Alex Pretty.
I had Mayor Frey's name in my head, of course, Alex Pretty, who tragically was shot and killed. And this Operation Metro Surge, which has been really catastrophic for Minnesota in so many ways. I mean, neighbors are losing loved ones, right? People are getting deported. People are afraid to go to work, so businesses are losing revenue. People are staying home. And, it was heartbreaking today. Renee Good's family members testified before Congress, before this minority oversight committee, talking about her and her brothers talking about losing her. And it was really heartbreaking to listen to. And, just really outrageous that this was Democrat-led and the Republicans, of course, wouldn't come. And you've got this prejudging that's going on at the federal level, right? We all saw with our own eyes what happened to Renee Good. We all saw with our own eyes what happened to Alex Pretty. But unfortunately, there's this gaslighting where no, it's justified, self-defense, and because they say that, somehow we're supposed to believe it. And they prejudged it without doing an investigation. And perhaps they were justified, perhaps they weren't, but you don't know until you conduct an independent investigation into all a dispassionate one. You don't prejudge it and say, oh no, it's justified. And I've worked on many law enforcement involved fatalities. And the one thing the police commissioner, the district attorney, the governor, the mayor, whoever it is, never does is prejudge it. They wait for an investigation. And that can be frustrating for both sides sometimes. No, I want you to call this outrageous, or no, I want you to say this was okay or not okay. But that's really what you're supposed to do. You have to really look at all the facts, interview witnesses, analyze. We don't even know in Alex Pretty's case whose gun went off, right? Who shot him? How many people shot him? Did his gun go off? We have no idea what the forensics are. And certainly because there is no investigation into it, law enforcement presumably does not know either. And instead, for example, in the Renee Good case, there were prosecutors who resigned rather than investigate Renee Good and her wife. And it's just the level of kind of topsy-turvy, upside-down world or bizarre
Restream
world
bot
here
says,
is outrageous.
YouTube, at Bow to the
because they're
Arrow,
not
yo
doing
dude.
things the way they
Yo,
should be doing
what's
it.
up?
They're doing it
How
the
you
way
doing?
that fits their narrative. And it's putting a huge strain on what's going on in Minnesota, to the point where we have a lawyer who was a special assignment, a special AUSA, or a special assistant United States attorney, who had to go work for the U.S. Attorney's Office. Her name is Miss Lay. And she, I think her name is Julie, her first name. And Julie Lay I think she was like general counsel to ICE, or she worked for ICE. And she went over to the Department of Justice to be a special AUSA to help deal with this overwhelming number of claims that were being filed, hundreds of claims being
Restream bot
filed,
says,
saying writs of
YouTube,
habeas corpus,
at Bow to the
basically
Arrow,
saying,
looks like I'm getting my news from you tonight.
people who are here who are being held in response to
Yeah,
this
it's
immigration
kind of how I get my
enforcement,
news.
who bring these writs, who bring these
Listen to it while I'm playing my
legal
games.
claims saying I'm being held illegally. There was this huge number of them being filed, and they couldn't keep up. So she came over to help with that, and unfortunately, they still couldn't keep up with the responses, frustrating federal judges, and she broke down in court in a way that I've never heard of before, crying, asked to be held in contempt, saying it's the only way she's going to get 24 hours sleep, and said this job sucks, the system sucks.
We're going to create an update.
You could tell the judge was trying to calm things down. Okay, you know, like let's not have a breakdown in my courtroom because this is so unusual. But I think the strain on her is really showing, because if you're going to have an operation Metrosurge and you're going to sweep up everybody.
Now it's
including
working again.
People, you know, they didn't go in with a scalpel, right, to take the people,
I know how
targeted
quickly it
enforcement
turns around
of violent criminals who they said they were going to do. They just swept up anyone who looked, you know, black or brown, or spoke a different language, or fit the profile that they thought, you know, fit what they wanted. And as a result, a lot of people who are here legally, who are citizens, there's a 5-year-old child, you know, people who are getting swept up in this, and it's outrageous. So these amazing lawyers are doing an incredible job to try to bring these actions to release these people who deserve to be released, and they're not getting released, and judges are getting frustrated, right? There was another judge in federal in Minnesota who essentially, because Julie Lay, who when she talked about how upset she was about the system, that was in front of Judge Blackwell. Well, another judge, Judge Schlitz, essentially was ordering the acting director of ICE, Todd Lyons, to appear before him last week, basically saying, why shouldn't I hold you in contempt? Because 96 times ICE has violated court orders in 74 cases. 96 times. Like, you know, it's outrageous. I know it's a word that I'm using a lot tonight, but it is. You can't violate a court order, right? It's not optional. It's not something that you're allowed to do. And so if you were going to do this type of operation and send 3,000 ICE troops, you probably should have been prepared and sent a lot of lawyers too, who are going to handle all these filings, so that you can deal with this barrage of incoming and not hold people that you're not allowed to hold, and comply with court orders. So it's really kind of a really disorganized, to say the least, and unprepared operation that's going on there, that are causing innocent people to be held in jail when they're not supposed to, who it's causing people to lose their lives. And it's, I don't know how they're going to get out from under this, but I want to hear what you have to say about all this, Lisa.
Well, it really is outrageous. I wish I had a stamp. I would just be stamping it all over everything, because it's extraordinary, it's outrageous, it's unprecedented. It's really unacceptable in America for this to be going on, to have this siege of an American city by the president through his loyalists and through these agents who have been either poorly trained or allowed to think that they've got the license to hurt people. It's extraordinary what we've been seeing on our TVs and on our social media over these past several weeks. And I want to just begin with the point you made at the outset, which is this is, or at least I'm extrapolate from a point you made at the outset, which is this is all in part due to the lie that Donald Trump has been telling the American people and his followers about the supposed millions of criminal aliens in America everywhere. It's just not actually true. It's a lie. There are people who are in the United States without documentation who've been working as dishwashers or hotel maids or, you know, in other capacity, who have not committed any crimes at all. And in fact, being in the United States without documentation is not a crime. It's a civil violation, and one that subjects someone to the potential for being removed. Some people without documentation are in the process of getting documentation. Perhaps they've married someone, or they're trying to adjust their status, or they're awaiting an asylum petition to be finalized, whether they are going to be awarded asylum or not based on the circumstances that they fled in their home country. And what we've seen in Minnesota is people who are U.S. citizens, including a guy being dragged out of his house in his underwear or his shorts in freezing cold weather, just based on either non-existent evidence or evidence that's not accurate or just a whim. They were going door to door to door in neighborhoods of Minnesota, not based on any probable cause of any crime whatsoever, and it seemingly in response to a memo that Todd Lyons issued last May, but was leaked just last month, in which he asserted that this administration had a right not to follow the Fourth Amendment, that they did not have to get a warrant, that they could engage in warrantless searches of people's homes, seize people without warrants, and to do so without following, longstanding rules. And the point you made at the beginning of this conversation was about the normal process. So there is a small number of people in this country who commit crimes. Most of them are citizens. A smaller the percentage of that, like much smaller, are immigrants who commit crimes. When they commit a crime, they're seized, they're charged, they're usually held without bond because of flight risk, whether it's in federal or state court, depending on the rules, and they face trial, they go to trial, or they plead, they're convicted, they're sentenced, and they are transferred to what used to be called INS, to the control of the Department of Homeland Security, and they are removed. This has been the process in place for decades. When I was working at the Justice Department on asylum law and helping to rewrite the asylum rules during the Clinton administration, there were only in super rare cases were people not removed. In those instances, it was some people, a very small number of people from Vietnam and Cuba, because we did not have diplomatic relations with those countries, and so could not make a transfer from the U.S. to travel directly into Vietnam at that time or into Cuba at that time because of the lack of a formal relationship between our two countries. And those individuals were not then released into the public. They remained in custody, and there was an actual set of issues about whether you could hold someone indefinitely because they could not be removed to their home country. So this notion that there are all these convicted criminals who are foreigners who are just randomly walking the streets is not the case. If someone may have had a drunk driving arrest and they're awaiting an immigration proceeding to determine whether they could be removed based on that arrest or conviction for drunk driving, maybe that person could be subject to one of these sweeps. But even then, they're already in a legal process with DHS through the immigration court. And what this administration has been doing has been seizing people when they show up for court. They're not fleeing. They're not people who are absconding from process. They're people who are participating in our legal process and trying to defend their rights. And so it's no surprise, as you point out, that in the face of 3,000 plus agents being flooded into Minnesota, a state which does not have a huge population of immigrants, has a very well-integrated population of Somalis who fled the civil war there and were granted permission by the United States government to come to the United States, many of whom have adjusted their status, have become citizens, many of whom have had children here, U.S. citizen children. They work in all fields of industry in Minnesota, at the airports, pushing people's wheelchairs so they can get to their flight. They work in restaurants all over the community. And they have been targeted because of racism by this president, an attack to try to weaponize a fraud investigation that was already resolved separately in order to justify this surge, a surge that has put more ICE and CBP, or whatever acronym they're using on any given day, agents into Minneapolis than there are police. There are, I think, fewer than 800 police in Minneapolis handling all the things that happen in Minneapolis: car accidents, cool. Crimes, investigations at people's houses, and there are there have been 4 times as many ICE agents as actual police. It's overkill. It's designed to intimidate. It's designed to disrupt. It's something that no president has ever done in U.S. history. And it has targeted Minnesota in part, I think, because it did not support Trump. It did not vote for Trump. And you can see the sort of twisted way this is proceeding, because just 2 weeks ago, Pam Bondi sent a letter or message to Governor Walz saying that they would withdraw the federal officers from Minnesota if he would just give over the voting files of Minnesotans that this administration has no right to. So it's extraordinary what we're seeing. It's extraordinary that we're seeing people being killed. Those two deaths, Alex Preddy and Renee Good, have been ruled a homicide by the coroner. We're seeing the federal government abscond with evidence, take evidence from the scene of those potential crimes, and I think they were crimes in my opinion, and not allow state officials, whether they're the state prosecutor's office, the state equivalent of the FBI, to investigate those crimes. They, not cooperating with them, but also keeping the evidence from them, hiding the names of the agents who were involved in those killings of people from other authorities, asserting that revealing the names is somehow doxing them, when in fact America has no place for secret police. No officer, whether they're an agent with ICE or our local police, should not have to have a name badge and a number to know who they are. In fact, we don't even know, how do they know who each other is when they don't have any actual valid insignia on the outside of their uniform saying their name, other than just a vest saying police, which could be bought, in all sorts of locations in the country. It's a crime to impersonate a police officer, but I don't even know if they know who they are. And in fact, they've sent these squads in what almost seems like they've got some sort of quota of the number of people they're trying to arrest or seize or pump these numbers. And people are exercising their rights, their fundamental due process rights under the Constitution, which specifically says that no one can be deprived of their life.
I just got my laptop for my degree at Maestro. I'm so excited.
Liberty or property
No, it's
without
still
due process of
working.
law.
I don't
no
know
person.
if it's
and so
properly
people,
fixed or
whether they're
whatnot.
citizens or immigrants, have a right to seek court intervention if they are seized by the state. That is one of the most fundamental human rights in our Constitution and in our Bill of Rights. And yet this administration is acting as if it does not have to follow those rules.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And it is just listening to you talk about it, it's like, it reminds me of all the things that I can't believe is going on in Minnesota. There's just too many to count. And this whole thing started because of them, right? Yeah. This whole thing started, there's upset and unrest in Minnesota because they brought all those ICE agents and DHS agents there. Minnesota was doing fine before, right? This has nothing to do with, like that's the only reason there's a problem, because they're going in and lawlessly sweeping up so many people. And Renee Good should be alive today, and Alex Preddy should be alive today. And I think you're probably right. There probably is a crime that was committed against them. But I still reserve, I still think there should be an investigation, because I do think that is important. But yeah, it doesn't look, from what we see, it certainly doesn't, I would say the opposite of what Trump says, which is it's justified. It does not look justified. And so if it is justified, that's why they need an investigation, because from the naked eye, it does not. It looks like assassination. It looks like a murder. And it looks like they lost their temper, and, they like, F you, F me, F you. Like, that's what it kind of looks like to me. You were so spot on, Lisa, about Pam Bondi saying, oh, okay, we'll stop, because like either there's unrest or there's not, right? Either there's a problem or there's not. Oh, but we'll stop if you give us your voting, your ballots, your voter rolls and your ballots. Well, those things are unrelated. And I think they're just saying how this is a political flex that they're doing, another one. And I'm happy to see, though, that the American people are pushing back, and it's working. And the more we talk about it, the more we take to the streets, the more we vote with our fingers and our feet, everything we can do to stop this. We all have to do what we can do, whether it's podcast, write a book, whatever time you have, even if it's just listen to a podcast, even if it's just subscribe to the Midas Touch Network or to the Legal AF Network or to the Substacks, whatever it is, that is helping. And being a part of the community and not putting your head in the sand and not saying, oh, politics, it's just so depressing, I'm not going to have anything to do with it, which I know some people want to do. And I get it. But it's important, and it's important because we need to stick together, we need to stay informed, and we need to fight like hell. And so Lisa, we have reached the end of another midweek episode of Legal AF. Again, so grateful to you for stepping in for Michael Popak, who couldn't be here.
Oh. Didn't realize Popak wasn't able to be there for it.
Restreambot says, YouTube, at Baldaviaro, how are you tonight?
I'm doing. Yep, and now the mouse is not working properly again. Interesting. Fighting with the PC or the laptop, but I'm doing. I'm in pain, but I'm in pain every day. I'm not in a bad mood, and I'm not grumpy, so can't exactly say I've got anything I'm wanting to complain about. Well, other than this nonsense.
Don Lemon didn't get arrested for trespassing or for being violent or disrupting a church service or whatever
Legitimate
nonsense we're hearing. He got arrested because the Trump administration didn't like what he's doing and didn't like what he's saying, and they see him as an enemy, and this is just retribution. And this is probably an unlawful arrest. There's no charge that can hold up against him, and we're covering that today from a legal angle. I'm Sean Kernigan. I'm joined by my law partner and my co-host, Brian Kabatek. We're a couple of lawyers at Kabatek LLP, based out of Los Angeles, California, covering legal issues, the intersection of law and politics. And if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button and check out the other great folks on the Legal AF network. Brian, where do we start with this?
The First Amendment.
What is that? I mean,
that is one hell of a start.
Right before the Second Amendment and right after the Zero Amendment.
Yeah, it's optional, right? The First Amendment applies when it is convenient.
It's pretty much the cornerstone of our society, literally the cornerstone of America.
Yeah. All joking aside, this is an important thing, and yeah, it is. That's a good way to put it. It's fundamental to our democracy and to the freedoms that we have.
You know, I just returned from Europe. I was in Europe. No, I wasn't invading Greenland. And when I was,
you're at Davos, yeah, but okay.
Yeah, no, I was. And one of the things that you know comes out is how in other countries the press are routinely sued. You know, there's lawsuits about the press. They don't have the First Amendment. They don't have the First Amendment. We have the First Amendment. And so what you have here is a reporter that goes to do a church and is reporting. Now, that is permitted by the First Amendment, right? You can go in, you can report on it. Now, if the church came to you and said, this is private, you have to leave, then, you know, you'd have to leave, arguably. But I don't even know where to start with this, Sean. I mean, where do you want to jump in? Tell me where you
Restreambot says, YouTube, at Baldaviaro, stay healthy and mentally sane through all that news. What's your drink?
Yeah, there are. I mean,
Monster.
They're trying to blur the lines here in terms of, you know, they're trying to paint him as a participant in what was happening there. In the protests,
not
which
gonna
they
say I'm
claim
used to
disrupted
it, but
what was happening in the church.
I'm definitely
because, you know,
a bit
he's not
more
with
adept.
CNN anymore, and he's not with some big news organization. But that's because the times have changed. I mean, you know, schmucks like us.
I've
can get
seen
on
this
board.
stuff coming for years and just kind of
these two schmucks.
at the point of well,
but
whatever.
No, really, I mean, this is what he was doing.
Until it comes to shit like this,
said, I
it's
think
just
it's
like,
worth,
okay,
you know,
well,
further
we
expanding on
gotta
is that
do
times have
something about
changed.
this.
CNN, our you know very close friend Ben Meiselas and
Certain points in
the
time, you
Midas
just
Touch
can't say
Network
whatever
get
anymore. You
more
actually have
people
to
watching their
do
videos.
something, and that's
Forget
part of
us
the
for a
reason
second.
why I
Than
do
watching
broadcast
CNN.
it.
Yeah. So times have changed. You know, media isn't just the freedom of the press isn't just limited to
Restreambot
someone on
says,
some legacy
YouTube,
media TV
at Baldaviaro,
station, right?
what US
It
state
should
you live in
apply
again?
to others, and for
Oregon.
good reason, because you don't want consolidation of power and those with the, you know, very expensive channels and well-established channels. You don't want them to be the only ones protected. You want independent journalism and people out on their own reporting from the scene by themselves, independent investigative journalists. You want them to be protected by it, even more so than you want the legacy media, because the legacy media is now kind of, it's all been conglomerated and consolidated, and there's just some giant company that owns it, and Larry Ellison will, or some other Trump supplicant will end up behind all of
Do
them.
you think Larry Ellison will buy us?
yeah, keep waiting for the check. Yeah.
But you know, I think you bring us a really good point, Sean. He's reporting. Don Lemon was reporting and was bringing to the attention this pastor named David Easterwood, who was the pastor in this church, who also happens to be an ICE field director. Now, that to me is newsworthy, and it's something that, like you said, legacy media isn't going to necessarily cover, right?
Yeah. And I guess understandably so, protesters were angry about the immigration enforcement actions in Minnesota because we've seen what's been happening there, and they came in to protest. And that's kind of where Don Lemon comes in. He shows up there as a journalist, and he live streamed from what was happening there as a way to convey what was going on in there. I mean, nobody tried to remove him. I don't think there was police showed up and they said, Don Lemon, you got to go or something. He was there covering it.
The statute they're trying to charge him with, or they are charging him with, is this FACE,
stock shares
F-A-C-E statute, which is called
let's talk about that.
Clinic Entrances Act, which is designed primarily to allow people, ironically, access to health care, including abortion care.
Yeah, because this was a common tactic used by, conservatives, anti-abortion rights activists and stuff to shame people or bother
Stream
people
Elements
from entering.
says, find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
Another statute, Section
241. Restreambot says, YouTube, at Bow to the Arrow, I'm in Illinois, so probably similar type of political feeling.
So the first question, Sean, that I'll throw to you is, if these
statutes
statutes
about
are designed to protect religious freedom, how do you reconcile that with the First Amendment, freedom of the press?
Right. What I was going to say is to analogize to how this would apply in the context of, the people protesting or blocking access to medical clinics, maybe abortion clinics, for example. This would be like arresting a reporter that was covering the protest that's in front of the clinic, right? I mean, what he's engaged in, from what we've seen, at least, and I did see some of his coverage of this, there's nothing to indicate to me that Don Lemon organized the protest. There's nothing that indicates to me that he directed the participants or how the protest was done. He himself didn't interfere with the worship. The protesters did. I mean, that's probably part of their intent, but that's how protest works sometimes. That's how you get attention for these things. So, he didn't organize, didn't direct, didn't interfere. I think his actions are wholly consistent with news gathering, which is what's protected by the First Amendment. I mean, that's what he was there to do. It's freedom of the press. He was there to cover this. It's no different than someone covering an anti-abortion rally or protest that seeks to block people from entering a medical clinic. I don't think a journalist or someone covering that should be arrested or could be arrested. I think it would be a violation of their First Amendment rights. Same thing here. I think it's a violation of freedom of speech, freedom of the press. But by doing this, I mean, it's a problem. It's a problem. I mean, this is this isn't hyperbole. This is kind of fascism, trying to shut down the press and make an example of
Where do you draw the line?
Yeah, they love Don Lemon. They love going after Don Lemon because he's so high profile and he's independent and he represents. I mean, just look at this one guy in public attention.
He's also gay.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of it.
They look at part of it. I mean, I predict that this case has a lifespan of about a minute. It's going to be gone in 60 seconds. The same lawyer that represented Letitia James is representing Karen Kelly.
That's right.
And this is going to go away very quickly. I can't speak to the case against the others, which include, by the way, the St. Paul School Board member and others who all
Restreambot says, YouTube, at Bow to the Arrow, how long does it take for your hair to go from bald to where it is now?
Don Lemon, and so they
I don't know about bald, but close to. Basically, I stop at a Abe Lincoln cut, and the length you're looking at now is about 2 years.
Explain that to me, Sean. Please explain that to me because I'm stupid.
Okay, let me try. I cannot explain it. I don't know how.
So Don Lemon hasn't been with the city now for, gosh, I think before the.
Restreambot says, YouTube, at Bow to the Arrow, nice work.
I'm just sort of looking up as I'm talking before
the genetics. Literally.
He is now in the spotlight.
Nope, he left in 2023. He you left in 2023.
Well, thank you for fact checking.
Yeah.
Restreambot says, YouTube, at Val de Arrow, I grow hair slowly AF, so I'm jealous.
I grow hair fast because of my genetics, so I can understand.
I always thought he was a decent guy.
I get a lot of people that give me the comments about my hair. It's like, well, I finally understand why now.
From a legal perspective, what worries me is doing things like this type of arrest and criminal charges upheld, something like this, it doesn't sort of criminalize this proximity. You know, let's put aside First Amendment and things like that for 1 second, but just in these settings where people are doing something very important, covering these protests, covering ICE enforcement actions to the extent of it, and trying to hold the government accountable. This might criminalize, you know, anyone, might normalize the arresting of anyone that's hurt. You know, there's a folks that's been Alex Reddick. You know, what if those people are out for criminals and they start arresting them and killing the government's response to those?
Restreambot says, YouTube, at Val de Arrow, hit him. Check out the other folks on the network. I know they've been working hard to kind of cover the amount of stuff that keeps happening every day under this administration. So thanks for tuning in. We'll see you next week. Restreambot says, YouTube, at Val de Arrow, boom, nice work, didn't take long at all.
Or a oral argument. Come over to the Substack, you'll find the Fort Riley and the oral argument there, including a daily roundup that I do called, wait for it, Morning AF. What else? All the other contributors from Legal AF are there as well. We got some new reporting, we got interviews, we got ad-free versions of the podcast and hot takes. Where? Legal AF on Substack. Come over now to the free subscribe.
welcome to a special edition of Legal AF. One of the voices that our audience wants to hear are former federal judges, former appellate judges, and people who can now speak out freely about what they're observing. Put into perspective what we're observing about the Trump administration, the Department of Justice, the United States Supreme Court, and our sacred Constitution. I mean, Donald Trump's busy celebrating the 250-year anniversary and birthday of this and that and the other thing, which all just coincidentally happens to fall into his administration.
Come on.
But people in our audience who are true believers and defenders of the Constitution have other questions and that they need answered about what they are watching as this administration lurches from one constitutional crisis to another. And they want to get guidance on it. So we've got Lisa Graves here, who's a regular here, of course, on Legal AF, an author of a book about the Roberts Court called Without Precedent, and a leader on Court Accountability Action and True North. But our special guest is J. Michael Luttig, who let's bring on Judge. Hi, Judge.
Hi, Michael, and hi, Lisa. How are you today?
Doing great. And as our audience knows from Midas and from Legal AF, there's the tip of the spear, the first one to really come out against what happened in the end of the first Trump administration with the lack of peaceful transfer of power until it finally happened, and a fierce critic of what was happening in real time was you, and which surprised a lot of people. I mean, I joked, I said, wow, I thought I knew all about J. Michael Luttig. I never thought I'd have an opportunity to have a dialogue with him and agree with him on everything that he was saying, because we came from two political diverse aspects of the spectrum. But now we're just all Americans, and we're just all patriots and defenders of a Constitution to which we can all agree. So the audience is desperate to hear from you again, Judge. You've been on with us before. Lisa, you want to kick it off with kind of framing it for the judge? We'll get the judge commenting.
Yeah, Judge Luttig, your voice is just so powerful and important in this national conversation that we continue to have about really the meaning of the Constitution. And, you know, there are a lot of people who over time have said that they are conservatives or originalists, or that they believe in the interpretation of the Constitution. But as we've seen on the U.S. Supreme Court, those principles seem to be pretty malleable, because it's really hard to fathom how we could see what was happening in the first Trump administration, see what happened on January 6th, watch the litigation that was moving forward with Jack Smith and the investigation of January 6th, and then see this U.S. Supreme Court.
Loaded.com. Get the biggest game releases of the year at the best prices. Enjoy incredible savings with up to 35% off new releases.
Issue immunity to Donald Trump, unprecedented immunity that goes against 250, at the time, 248 years of American history. And that goes against just the words of the Constitution in terms of the duties of a president to faithfully execute the law. And your voice is so important, Judge. People that when we met last time, people wrote so many comments of appreciation for the clarity of your thinking and your principled defense of our Constitution. And so here we are in the aftermath of revelations just a few weeks ago that this administration had issued guidance to federal agents that they could disregard the Fourth Amendment, that they could basically engage in general warrants, or basically writs of assistance, as they were known before our Constitution's Fourth Amendment barred such activity. And I'm confounded, like many Americans, notwithstanding everything we've seen, but to see the Fourth Amendment trampled in this way, and in the aftermath of immunity. I just wonder what your thoughts are, either on the general circumstance we find ourselves in, or on the suggestion that agents do not have to follow the Fourth Amendment's rules regarding either warrants or the bar on unreasonable searches and seizures.
Well, thank you so much, Lisa, and thank you, Michael. I always try to say at the beginning of a Midas Touch interview that there is no other network in America that I would rather appear on than the Midas Touch, and Legal AF in particular, for one reason, but the biggest reason of all, which is I trust you as everyone else can.
Damn,
So
that's saying something.
the next thing I want to say before we get into questions and answers is this, and I've said this before on the Midas Touch Network. The past 5 years of my life have been the greatest honor of my life, bar none, to speak on behalf of the American people. As I've thought about that over these years, you know, I realized that there are very few Americans, regardless of their position, who ever get one single opportunity to speak to the country, let alone an opportunity to speak to the country for 5 years straight on the most important period challenging America. So the story and the questions you're asking today obviously go back to January 6, 2021. As I later testified before the Congress, on that day, January 6th, Donald Trump instigated a war on America's democracy and the rule of law. So between that day and the day that he was inaugurated president again a year ago, he continued to prosecute that very same war. And it was what I called a full frontal assault on American democracy and the Constitution and the rule of law. Well, the day he was inaugurated, January 20th, he revealed, if you want to call it that, the war that he would continue against America's democracy and the Constitution and the rule of law in spectacular form from the Oval Office in Washington, D.C. As you remember, there were countless executive orders that day. Every single one of them was either unconstitutional on its face or otherwise in violation of the laws of the United States of America. Take one example, just because if there's one that everyone knows about, it was Donald Trump's not attempt to rewrite the 14th Amendment's, citizenship right. It was an executive order that said what the 14th Amendment required, and he said it requires the precise opposite of what the Constitution itself says. That was all on day one. So to begin to segue to your question about Minneapolis, Lisa, you mentioned the tariffs and the deportations. Well, it was around the same time, of course, and it was the same day as to the tariffs and I think the deportation. But in any event, the next two things of monumental consequence for America, but also monumental illegality, was his unilateral imposition of global tariffs in usurious amounts on our friends and enemies alike. As you and your readers, listeners know, the President of the United States has absolutely zero authority to impose tariffs. That is a job that is reserved by the Constitution of the United States to Congress. Now, Congress has, over the years, given a president a very, very limited authority to unilaterally impose tariffs in an emergency, such as the bombing of Pearl Harbor. Obviously, there's nothing like that. The deportations. This was one of his signature. This is one of the 2 or 3 signature pieces of his presidency. From the moment he began the deportations, they were unconstitutional, and he knew it. And to this day, he has maintained that they are constitutional and fully legal, and he's continued to deport people. Now, on that one, in contrast to well, no, not in contrast to the tariffs, but on that one, from the first day, the lower federal courts stopped him dead in his tracks, beginning with Judge Boasberg, who ordered from the bench that the planes going to Venezuela return. Well, the Supreme Court has yet to decide the issue, and for our discussion later, it never will. And if it does, and listen to this, both of you, it doesn't matter what the Supreme Court does from this point forward. For 2 years, the Supreme Court has authorized
Restreambot says, YouTube at Baldaviaro, damn to DJT on 14 amend.
And unconstitutional activity of this president. If they ever decide, for instance, I used to say a year ago, in fact, as you know, I wrote a piece for The Atlantic at The Atlantic's request about the first 100 days of Donald Trump, and I analyzed every signature initiative, 10 or 12 of them, and concluded that every one of them was either unconstitutional or otherwise in violation of the laws. And by the way, and I don't get any credit at all, zero for this, every single one of them has been held invalid by the federal court of the United States. But in any event, that brings us up to your question, Lisa, about Minneapolis. Minneapolis is just the next battle in Donald Trump's war against, and now I'm going to broaden the definition, his war against America's democracy, Constitution, rule of law, and against America
What
itself.
are you collecting? Light bulb circuits? Okay.
What's the support you say for that? It's
That'll be
clear,
a nosy,
plain
curious
to
one.
everyone now. Every single
think a
thing
lock on
he's
it, though, I
done
ain't
is
gonna touch it.
unconstitutional. It's been called on it, and he's proceeded with it, down to, I'm going to tease out something you do want to talk about, all toward the immediate end of Donald Trump being able to tell his version of America's story this year, and especially on July 4th, 2026, a story that he's already told Americans that he's going to tell, and which is flat out contradictory to the real American story that the rest of us are going to be celebrating on
Restreambot
July
says,
4th.
YouTube, at
An
Bow to the Arrow,
IQ
I'm
of
waiting for the day
85
ice
to
comes for my black ass.
115 is considered average in the U.S.
I hope
and
it doesn't
IQ
happen.
of 115 to 145
Just to be real.
is considered high, and an IQ 145 is considered genius. Are you curious to know where you stack up? You can take this 2-minute IQ test.
Yeah. Let me
No,
let
no,
me
I'm
jump
not
in
curious
here.
as where I stack up
also,
because I
Lisa.
know that IQ
So-
tests are a joke.
You're watching, as we all are, federal judges at the appellate and district court level struggle to rein in and a lawless, to use Ketanji Brown Jackson's phrase, a lawless presidency.
What do we have here?
Minnesota has become a crucible for all of us to watch as Judge Schiltz, Chief Judge Schiltz,
I know where I'm at.
a conservative, Republican, Scalia clerk, just issued an order, a not so fast order about 4 days ago, in which he said, oh, you released the person that I ordered released because you didn't give them a bond hearing. Well, let me give you my opinion as a chief judge here about what I'm watching. 96 or more orders violated in the month of January by ICE alone in Minnesota. He did a survey. He said, if it happens again, I'm going to start holding order to show cause hearings and contempt related to it. Now, he's not the only one. We just had reporting from Minnesota yesterday and in front of Judge Blackwell, who has 5 habeas corpus petitions in front of him, because the thing that our audience is starting to learn, Operation Metro Surge is not just about the violation of First, Second, Fourth Amendment rights on the streets of Minnesota and some people dying as a result of it. It's also about the human beings who have been captured and are being processed through detention and hearings and habeas corpus writs and the rest, and the strain and the struggle on top of this poor Minnesota federal courthouse to try to handle all of this. So Judge Blackwell had this lawyer in his courtroom yesterday, a woman identified as Julie Lee, and said, I got 5 habeas corpus petitions. Why is it that none of my orders are being complied with? Why is there open defiance by ICE? And this, I've got to feel sorry for her. She said out loud, according to a reporter that was in the room or around, she said out loud, this system sucks. My job sucks. I can't get ICE I can't get my client to comply with your orders. And please find me in contempt and send me to jail so I can get 24 hours of sleep. She's not a U.S. attorney, but she came over from apparently representing ICE in immigration court, volunteered or got conscripted into going to Minnesota, and this is how she threw herself on the mercy of one of your former brethren, in Judge Blackwell. What are you seeing with the federal judges, senior status level all the way down, and how they're trying to address Donald Trump's Department of Justice and his ICE and Border Patrol? What do you observe?
Well, I wish we could spend 2 hours on this. But the headline for me at this moment is this. Everything that you just said is a national disgrace on 2 people or entities. The first is Donald Trump as President of the United States. The second is the Supreme Court of the United States, okay? So, as you know, and probably most of your listeners know, and most of America knows, that this past year I've spent most of my quality time on defending the federal judges, the lower federal judges, not the Supreme Court. In fact, I've said publicly that I've spent that time defending those judges from the Supreme Court of the United States, and I can give you chapter and verse for saying that. Case in point is Judge Boasberg, who I've never met, don't know, never had a conversation with, and most recently, and that's only most recently, the Democrats on the Senate Judiciary called and asked me if I would testify at the
53. ouch.
hearing called by my former clerk, Ted Cruz, to begin impeachment against Judge Boasberg and another judge. And I said, I want your listeners to know this. I said to a sitting United States Senator that I can control myself in any situation in the world if I want to, but I would never appear in that room because I would not control myself. But I said, and by the way, the senator said, that's exactly what Americans need to hear and see. Yeah, I laughed and said, I get it, but no, I'll submit written testimony. And I did. And among very short, you would call it succinct, right? I said, among other things, Judge Boasberg, I said, all of you sitting on this committee should sooner be impeached than Judge Boasberg. And I said a lot more. But so no, obviously, any federal judge in America who wanted to talk about all of this would feel free to call me, sitting or otherwise. And it's the greatest honor of my life, right? And as and when they have called me, of course I've talked to them. And so I know what the federal judges are thinking. And then in addition, I have, over this past year, I have begun to pull together 4, 5, or 6 what had been splinter groups of sitting and retired federal judges who wanted to be heard. And just this past week, I actually formally began pulling together those 200 to 300 state and federal judges, sitting and retired, into what I call a very loose coalition, under which they could begin to speak out in every context if they wanted. Those contexts being, for instance, briefs that filed in the courts defending the federal judges, amicus briefs, statements to the President of the United States, to the Attorney General of the United States, to the Homeland Security Chief and any other cabinet member, or any other letter, even if it was a letter to a newspaper, all of which my loose group of judges have done over the past year. And so I'm now pulling together the large coalition to do the same things in the coming years that this smaller, well, not smaller, but this group of mine with Nancy Gertner have done in the past year. So I know what the judges, I know what the state and federal judges are thinking. I know what they want. I know what they want done. And I know what they want said by somebody. And it's all because these are my words only, because the Supreme Court has left them to hang out to dry.
Let me ask you a question from without revealing confidences. And I know a lot of your criticism of the Supreme Court originally pained you because you know John Roberts. You're friends with John Roberts. You didn't expect to have to critique what's happening there. But of course, as a patriot and a scholar, you have put that aside and done what we appreciate in terms of the criticism. Is it your view that the lower court, the district court level, maybe even to the appellate court level, is Trump's strategy of abuse, attack, impeaching, ethical charges, social media criticism, doxing, is it having, this is what our audience is worried about, that it's having an impact on the judges in their decision making, in their jurisprudence? Because, you know, it's not that this, is it altering how they rule on cases because of the fear factor, the chilling effect of what Trump has been doing, also knowing that the Supreme Court is leaving them out to dry? Is that impacting the quality of justice? Or alternatively, are they so strong of character and so bound up with their oath and their professionalism and their ethics that it's not having that impact? What's your sense?
Okay, so I know exactly the answer, and it is the answer, and it breaks down into two time frames. Throughout all of last year, and let's just say up until January 1st of this year, there's no question whatsoever, first, that the federal judges were scared of Donald Trump and his followers and what they would do to them, Michael and Lisa, and you know what I'm talking about. And secondly, what they would say to the world about them, as every single human being that's ever lived would be, right? And during that whole year,
12-hour shifts, 30 years, and 55. 10 years till I can stop. Started trading last month, $20. Check it before I drive the car. I'm building something on my...
Got glitched again.
the Supreme Court cut the legs out from under the federal judges, so they had no one, literally, other than me, speaking out on their behalf. As grateful as I was to do it, and as grateful as they were for it, I couldn't do this alone, okay? That leads to the second time frame, beginning this past January, when, as I've told my wife, the entire world is against Donald Trump.
Right, from the Pope on down.
Yes, and frankly, every American is against Donald Trump today, except he's dyed-in-the-wool MAGA, and of course, the Congress of the United States. Okay? So, but that, tsunami that didn't begin until a month ago was the saving grace for the lower federal courts. Whatever cliche you want to stiffen their spines, but actually, no, more appropriately, it gave them the courage, the needed courage from above or outside to do what they knew they had to do and wanted to do all along. And that's why you've seen floodgate, every single thing leading up to most recently, and this had begun 4 months, in the last 4 months of last year, 6 months of last year actually, where it began, the Department of Justice and every other government official that appeared before the courts, including the Solicitor General of the United States, another law clerk of mine.
I was just going to say, don't leave out John Sauer or your other
Don't
clerk.
worry. Don't you worry. And all of those officials begin addressing the federal courts of the United States in court with open contempt.
Yeah.
And actually lying to the federal judges to their faces. And that, the federal judges began to push back on that the last 6 months of last year. Now, when it's clear that they're going to do this for the next 3 years, those same federal judges, meaning all of the lower court federal judges, they're not going to have it.
Yeah. Well, what is great about that observation, it just rings so true, based on your data points that you know about, is that it's consistent with what we've told our audience, which is the crowds and the courage of the audience, of the public, of we the people, is so important right now. You are now in a long line of people, judges, senators, Congress people, former federal judges that I've interviewed, former attorneys general, who've told me the exact same, told our audience the exact
Stream
same
Elements
thing.
says,
We
find me
can't
in other
do
places:
our
Discord,
thing
Twitter,
without
YouTube,
the audience,
Steam,
without the
Xbox,
public,
and PlayStation
without-
Old Mage
without
guy on
the
TikTok
crowds
as
in the
Mage.
street and the social media. And all. You do you, people. We the
Well,
people.
and this is I guess you'd call it the ultimate tragedy of these times, which is, as I've been saying for several years now, the institutions of law and democracy have failed America. No one even quibbles with that today, right? Now, what they don't think about though
Not
is
bad.
this. The institutions haven't failed us. It's the elected representatives and appointed representatives of the people who are charged in trust with those institutions. They have failed us. But to your larger point, I would say this, and broadcast it everywhere that Midas Touch can reach. Every American and every citizen of the world must come on to the battlefield now to support those people who are actually fighting on the front lines, like the federal judges. And then, with a prayer, try to get the Congress of the United States. Congress of the United States is never going to listen and hear anything, okay? Try to force the Congress of the United States to do its job. That is where the hope lies. But I have to tell you, at least as of today, notwithstanding what I just said, I refuse to recognize hope yet, because this has been less than a month, right? And it had been 5 years. I want to see a little bit more. For instance, right now, Donald Trump and the Republicans probably think they'll win the midterms, okay? And that's the next way station for the American people to rise up and, in my view, literally my view doesn't matter, but literally throw every Republican out and elect a Democrat in their stead. That's what I would do in a second.
Yeah, we have to.
I'm through with all this, and as you know, I don't curse. But I'm through with all this BS, okay?
Yeah.
And you provide the words for me.
Yeah. Well, the fence sitting's got to be over. I mean, and if we're going to crush that movement and crush it once and for all and reclaim America, as patriots. It's got to start at the midterms. Totally agree with you. Lisa, why don't you take the final question with the judge, and then we'll wrap.
Well, Judge, I just want to thank you for your efforts to work with other federal judges and state judges, because the judges really have a vital role in our society and the institutions that they defend. And that rule is the rule of law, which, as you have pointed out, has been under assault by Trump, has been under assault by this president. The whole notion of rules and that they have to comply. I've been astonished by the level of contempt that we've seen reported being displayed by leaders of the government, including at the Justice Department. Like Pam Bondi's hearing before the Senate Judiciary Committee was astonishing. The amount of the level of contempt and disregard. It's someone acting with impunity, like they will never be held accountable, or they will never face an impeachment in the House. And the audacity of...
Okay, have you heard of the world's first AI university? You'll learn directly from AI with hands-on practice from day one and your own personal tutor giving you live feedback at any time. So if you're ready for a future-proof degree without paying thousands of dollars, but actually getting real practical career skills instead, this is your chance. And with the link below, you can easily apply for full scholarship today and start building the career you really want.
Their presence corrupts our ritual. Their faint flickers must be snuffed out.
Of Ted Cruz and others to go after Judge Boasberg for doing his job, for applying long-standing law to the actual facts of the case and trying to ensure that our rights, including our due process rights, the rights of people in this country, are protected. It's astonishing the level of hypocrisy is the wrong word, but it's demagoguery, the complicitness of some of these leaders in this attack on the rule of law. And so I just want to say, the work that you're doing, the work that we've seen in other countries like Poland, where judges spoke. They spoke about the importance of the rule of law, the importance of these protections in our Constitution, that they mean something. It's vital. And so I know you said that you are waiting for hope. I consider hope to be a choice, and that we have to just keep choosing it, choosing to have that vision that we can restore and expand our rights. I guess I wanted to maybe go out, not really on a limb, but to say, I wish that you were the Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court judge. The world would be such a better place. It's, I think, one of the great branches of, where two roads diverge, because you are so principled, so passionate about the law and about the role of the courts. It's an honor to have the chance to talk with you. I appreciate that you're continuing to work to try to protect our country. And I appreciate your candor and determination. So it's not really a question, it's just a statement of appreciation to you, deep appreciation to you.
There are just no words for that. Thank you, Lisa. Some words that profound words that I've recently spoken,
Let it soak into your
only to my family,
Let it show
are these.
The truth.
Let it be said
For the heretic Jin-Buns will be enraged by
that God gave me the opportunity during my lifetime
send them into a frenzy.
to lay down my life
Protect our sacred life
for my family,
from those wretched fiends.
for my friends,
Fire's glow.
and for my country. For there is no greater honor that any man could have during his or her life on this earth.
Thank you so much, Judge.
Thank all of you, and Godspeed to Midas Touch and to the two of you. I've said for many years now on your network, actually, now that I think about it, that you are the only hope that I've seen over the past 3 years for America.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm sorry. I went into one of my lawyer mode. Thank you. You are, Your Honor. Thank you for you've been with us almost from the very beginning. We probably had 1 million subscribers total. Now Midas Touch at almost 6 million. Legal AF at 1 million, so 7 million combined. And our audience just craving and hungry and thirsty to hear from people like you and the others that we've brought on, especially about what they can do about what they're observing. So such an honor to have you here and to have you on so regularly and with your time. Thank you, J. Michael Ludig, former Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals judge, should have been on the United States Supreme Court, but patriot and defender of the United States Constitution like no other. Thank you for being on Legal AF. Everybody take a moment, hit the free subscribe button, help us continue to grow this pro-democracy channel. I'm Michael Popok, and I got some big news for our audience. Most of you know me as the co-founder of Midas Touch's Legal AF and the Legal AF YouTube channel, or as a 35-year national trial lawyer. Now, building on what we started together on Legal AF, I've launched a new law firm, the Popok Firm, dedicated to obtaining justice through compassionate and zealous legal representation. At the Popok Firm, we are focused on obtaining justice for those who have been injured or damaged by a life-altering event by securing the highest dollar recoveries. I've been tirelessly fighting for justice for the last 35 years, so my own law firm organically building on my Legal AF work just feels right. And I've handpicked a team of top-tier trial fighters and settlement experts throughout all 50 states known as big auto injury attorneys who have the know-how to beat heartless insurance companies, corporations, government entities, and their attorneys. Big Auto's attorneys working with my firm are rock stars in their respective states and collectively responsible for billions of dollars in recoveries. So if you or a loved one have been on the wrong side of a catastrophic auto, motor vehicle, rideshare, or truck accident, suffered a personal injury, or been the victim of medical malpractice, employment harassment or discrimination, or suffered a violation of your civil and constitutional rights, then contact the Popok Firm today at 1-877-POPOK-AF or by visiting my website at www.thepopokfirm.com and fill out a free case evaluation form. And if we determine that you have a case and you sign with us, we don't get paid unless you do. The Popok Firm, fighting for your justice every step of the way.
Whoa. What's that? I just built a budgeting app in Base 44.
Guys, Nina just built an app. Impossible. You can't code. Interesting. Can it generate reports?
It can now.
So you're saying we can all build up?
Yeah.
I'm on lunch. I gotta make more coffee in my office. Just built an inventory tracker. Protein calculator.
A workflow manager.
Tracks who still owes for the group lunch.
Since no one seems to care.
I just created my own tracking system.
We built the same thing, didn't we?
Yep.
Can this thing made a contest? I want to animate this guy.
Create a party planner.
Profesor de Español.
An inter-office dating app. For dogs. For office dogs. You know what I mean?
Looking for an easier way to get that LLC next to your business name? Say hello to Taylor Brands. Just go to their site, enter your LLC state, choose your business name, answer a few questions, and
we have no guidance.
No.
We
Alright.
The Trump
Last of
Justice
what I got.
Department's practice of posting
night.
mugshots of people as if they are trophies may have backfired against them in the case of the St. Paul church protests, particularly against the lead defendant, Nikema Levy Armstrong. Now, it's the same 9-defendant case that journalist Don Lemon and fellow independent journalist Georgia Fort are charged in. But the lead defendant is a community organizer, civil rights lawyer, and former president of the Minneapolis branch of the NAACP, Nikema Levy Armstrong. She's the woman who, as we reported here on All Rise News and Legal AF, the White House posted a deep fake image of, manipulating her features to make it seem as if she was sobbing. She was not doing any such thing, and also darkening her face in an image with racist overtones on the official White House account. Now her attorney this week is alerting the judge about that deepfake image and using it as evidence that there shouldn't be any restrictions on her freedom of movement before she defends herself at trial. This is the 4-page filing that her attorney submitted to the court, saying why there isn't any reason to restrict the movements of this longtime community organizer and civil rights attorney. The filing reads, quote, "There is no rational basis for treating Ms. Levy Armstrong differently from her co-defendants. She has no prior substantive criminal record. She has lived in Minnesota for 23 years. She has a husband and children in Minnesota and operates 2 businesses. Ms. Levy Armstrong is a licensed attorney, former law professor at the University of St. Thomas for 14 years, and a community leader. She presents no danger of any sort to the community or a risk of non-appearance. Moreover, her lawyers argue, the fact that there are these travel restrictions are standing in the way of her everyday life. You just heard, she runs 2 businesses, she's a community organizer, she frequently has to make appearances both in other states and in other countries. Here's what the filing says, quote, Ms. Levy Armstrong regularly travels in connection with her business and community activism and should not be required to seek permission from probation or the court for trips to other states or other countries. There is no basis for the concern that she will not return to Minnesota as required. Ms. Levy Armstrong has demonstrated by her life's work that she is a responsible and reliable member of the community and therefore need not be subject to the supervision of a probation officer. And since the apparent murder of Alex Pretty on the streets of the Twin Cities, we've seen a lot about the Second Amendment groups joining people who are up in arms about the rhetoric that is coming out of the government, saying that there was something improper about him lawfully possessing a weapon in Minnesota. This came up in Ms. Levy Armstrong's filing as well. It reads, while Ms. Levy Armstrong has no intention of possessing a firearm, her husband owns firearms for the purpose of protecting himself and his family. Ms. Levy Armstrong has and continues to receive countless death threats. Probation has informed her husband that he cannot have guns in his house in order for Ms. Levy Armstrong to comply with the current conditions of release. Her husband should not be denied his Second Amendment rights as a result of this political persecution by the government. And so the lawyers reveal in that passage, Ms. Levy Armstrong has received countless death threats after being paraded in front of cameras to have her manipulated image put on government accounts to ridicule her, to mock her. She is now the subject of countless death threats, in the words of her lawyer. The attorney describes what the government did with her image in this passage. On January 18th, 2026, the government took advantage of 16 persons previously arrested by ICE voluntarily turning themselves in at the direction of the government by posting their mugshots in Twitter so they could serve as trophies in conjunction with a press conference by Attorney General Pam Bondi in Minneapolis. The Secretary of Homeland Security previously posted on Twitter a photo of Ms. Levy Armstrong being arrested and escorted in handcuffs. The White House subsequently posted on Twitter an altered photo of Ms. Levy Armstrong being arrested to make it falsely appear that she was crying and making her face darker. The government's 14-page indictment makes clear that the government is persecuting Ms. Levy Armstrong and her co-defendants by attempting to turn a non-violent political protest directed at a federal government official into a felony criminal case. And when we discussed the manipulation of the image earlier on All Rise News, we showed the before and after photo. You could see for yourself the image of Levy Armstrong looking straight-faced, not betraying any sense of emotion, and the manipulated image used by the White House without any disclosure that it was a manipulated image. If Kristi Noem hadn't posted the actual image on her account, who knows if someone would have even noticed that the White House image was manipulated, that they falsely made it look as if she was crying to humiliate her before a trial. It was, by the way, a departure from Justice Department guidelines to even put out a photo to begin with. The Justice Department, the federal government, does not post mugshots. I've been covering the Justice Department for nearly 20 years. It is this sort of thing we're seeing routinely happening during Trump 2.0, where Pam Bondi on social media from the official Attorney General account posting images of the people that she arrested before a trial in high-profile cases that pander to the base. That is not something that, in covering the courts for nearly 2 decades, that is not a common practice, and it goes against Justice Department policy. And it's being amplified by the whole of the federal government. It's being amplified by the Department of Homeland Security. It is being amplified by the White House. And that's why this opening volley in Nekima Levy Armstrong's defense, saying, please lift these pretrial restrictions on the account of the misconduct of the government, is so important. It's going to be a reckoning on this practice that is a shocking departure, that is not something that you see happening in a democracy where the federal government demonizes you and lies about you with manipulated images in order to humiliate you before a trial and potentially poison the jury pool. This is how the filing ends. Ms. Levy Armstrong respectfully requests that the court fully consider the release conditions of her co-defendants, her own irreproachable background and status in the community, the lack of violence associated with the incident underlying the indictment, and the government's nakedly obvious bad faith. Based on all of these factors, it is only fair and appropriate to remove the restrictive conditions of Ms. Levy. Now, appropriately, because of the threat to press freedom, a lot of the focus is appropriately being paid to her co-defendants, Don Lemon and Georgia Fort, 2 journalists who were not protesters at this event, but people who were documenting the protests as it was taking place. But pay attention to Nekima Levy Armstrong's case, because this is a case where the White House went out of its way to manipulate an image in order to attack the lead defendant in this protest. She has now challenged the government based on that, and we're going to see whether the government's actions will cause a shift at the very onset of the case in her release conditions. I'll be traveling to Minnesota next week to cover Don Lemon's next court appearance, and I'll be following this case for the long haul. To support that work, take a moment right now to visit www.allrisenews.com. That's www.allrisenews.com. If you become a subscriber, you can find out the news when it breaks, all the news that I'm covering when I'm on the ground across the country, following the major cases that you care about. And to make sure that you find out when the next video is up, take a moment right now to subscribe to Legal AF.
Can't get your fill of Legal AF? Me neither. That's why we formed the Legal AF Substack. Every time we mention something in a hot take, whether it's a court filing or a oral argument, come over to the Substack. You'll find the court filing in the
You can hear up here. You need supplies. I am programmed to trade. Match made in heaven.
Oops. Wrong way. Jesus Christ. Quad alien disintegrator.
back and take a deep breath. And all will be okay.
Oh shit. What's going on down here? It's not just a bunk, it's an angry bunk. Oh. Super mutant sitting there thinking, puny human standing in open, me kill. Come up, bonk. Okay, bold. Cryptozoologist. Flash and burning. Adventurer, bandit, brotherhood, initiate, cat, cultist, commoner, drill destroyer, ghost slayer, explorer, dweller, flaming slayer, guardian destroyer, hunter, night air, wow. Oh, collect history, yeah. Tough hunter, teammate, SWAT. Oh, Windows. It's not the band hammer, it's the cap hammer. Nope. Sure not. Bonk. Are you just, yeah, it's just catching up. Vampire's combat shotgun. Those two Scorch looking at me like he's not gonna make that jump. Hello. Oh shit. Technically, I should take this base, go put it over on the Bravo site for nukes. That's right, I can't take and turn anything in right now anyhow. I also already know vampires. But it's a legendary script. Oh shit. That's right.
Stream Elements says, find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
Wow. Yeah, it's about time for me to go to bed. Oh, my screen.
for those who don't know and not sure to be chill with the idea, I am getting ready to start sleep stream. So I will be sleeping. Oh yeah, buddy says bedtime. Hopefully, I don't end up with repeat last night. What was that about? Make people think I step on you or something. Well, yes, Daddy's going to bed. Amanda gonna creep me. Think that you just call me a creep. It's crit. I don't know what it is. It's not really. Well, thank you. For those new to much newer, yeah. That was Monster, just took a big swig off. Let's do that again. cigarette. I shall return and then wait. Right back. stinks out there. There you go, Witch Road. Find myself to sit down. There we go. Just because you need your stomach is good. It's good for your stretchy pad doesn't mean that it's not for pitching. Okay, so I can lay right down, baby. She's like, but loves. Excuse me. And some water. Three on my here. You're okay. Hey, it's alright. I don't know what it is. She's like being up here. No yells. You know better. Oh. Oh. You're grooming, my bad. Excuse me. Ugh. So that's why you're kind of touch and go. So if you want pets or don't want pets.
Stream Elements says, find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
Oh, it's the music.
Stream Elements says, find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
Yay, pizza. We try again. Yeah, I gotta choke. When you leave, you laugh. It's okay, it's all right. Not sure what they were. Yes, that's right here. Just got it done. Don't start up again. I've been to the wall all night. Good.
Stream Elements says, find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage. Restreambot says, YouTube, at Alexanzo7348, his snoring is so sexy. Restreambot says, YouTube, at Alexanzo7348, Baldaviaro, isn't he cute when he's snoring? Stream Elements says, find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage. Stream Elements says, find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage. Stream Elements says, find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage. Stream Elements says, find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
Goblin, stop fucking yelling.
Stream Elements says, find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage. Stream Elements says, find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage. Stream Elements says, find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage. Stream Elements says, find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
you.